started? Don't tell the others. I'm rooting for you. Nice work out there. Keep up the pressure. You're doing great out there. Your minions really pulled their weight.
I've got my permits!
You're doing great out there. You're good at this. Let's see if you can stay on top. The battle is really raging out there. It's not the strongest, but it'll fight hard. pretzel mustard. You're doing great out there. Your minions really pulled their weight. It's not the strongest, but it'll fight hard. You got this! You're way ahead! Any defeat that doesn't destroy you makes you stronger. A good crystals speak to me. Blood gems? What blood gems?
If it ain't broke, still fix it!
get started? Don't tell the others. I'm rooting for you. Your minions really pulled their weight.
You strayed from the path.
You're good at this. Go ahead and hire one of these recruits. Keep up the momentum, friend. Oh, it's okay. We all hit some bumps now and then. Have a good battle, friend. You're good at this. Great. Let's get some better minions in here. tell the others I'm rooting for you. Your minions really pulled their weight. I think you can win this thing. Nice work out there. Keep up the pressure. A good tactical choice. Keep up the momentum, friend. choice. use for you. Now we're in business. You're doing great out there. What's your strategy this time, partner? some minions in play.
Rake handle? Hmm.
Have you ever met the League of Explorers? Nice folks. Great hats. Any defeat that doesn't destroy you makes you stronger.
Hey, watch out! I'm bacon here.
I like where you're going with this. Keep up the momentum, friend. Oh, it's okay. We all hit some bumps now and then. You down a minion and up a gold. A good tactical choice. turn this around. this around.
I love catching some waves.
You're good at this.
I love catching some waves.
Have a good battle, friend.
I love catching some waves.
Welcome back. How's it going out there?
Ready to ride.
Have a good battle, friend. You're good at this.
Hey, watch out! I'm baking.
Keep up the momentum, friend. Rough battle. Pick yourself back up and turn it around. yourself back up and turn it around. Great! I can bring in more powerful minions now. Have a good battle, friend. You're good at this.
Let's show our guests a good time.
Oh ho! You're moving up in the world.
Some ways. The light has left this place.
You can turn this around.
Let's show our guests a good time.
I've got some fresh recruits for you. Now we're in business. I didn't like that one either. Here's a gold for the trouble.
Now borrowed.
turn this around.
Let's show our guests a good time.
strategy this time, partner.
I'll clean you up.
Don't tell the others. I'm rooting for you. Rough battle. Pick yourself back up and turn it around. Don't tell the others. I'm rooting for you. You're good at this.
I love catching some waves.
You are not out of this yet. You're good at this. Yeah, let's step up our game. You can still make a comeback. The battle is really raging out there. It's good to get some minions in play. pressure.
To the bottom of the sea!
Don't tell the others. I'm rooting for you. Welcome back. How's it going out there? That's what I would have picked.
You didn't make the cut!
Better hire a recruit while you can. Better hire a recruit while you can. Hiring that minion will get you a triple.
So anyway, I started blasting.
Want a peanut, Nanas?
You are not out of this yet. Nice work out there. Keep up the pressure. Now we are in business. explorers. Nice folks. Great hats. You're good at this.
I'll clean you up.
And that's what I would have picked.
I wouldn't be caught dead.
It's not the strongest, but it'll fight hard.
A melody of life.
for the trouble.
I wouldn't be caught dead.
Who are you calling short?
By fate or fortune.
Better hire a recruit while you can. That's what I would agree. Let's see if you can stay on top. Your minions really pulled their weight. Go ahead and hire one of these recruits. Go big or go home, I always say. the strongest, but it'll fight hard.
Line him up and knock him down.
I'll clean you up.
Line him up and knock him down.
Go big or go home, I always say.
Dead engines do tell tales.
A melody of love.
Everyone's gunning for you. Watch out. You're good at this. That's what I would have picked. Go ahead and hire one of these recruits.
Line him up and knock him down.
Dead engines do tell tales.
So anyway, I started blasting.
By fate or fortune.
Oh, you're moving up in the world. I didn't like that one either. Here's a gold for the trouble. Better hire a recruit while you can. Better hire a recruit while you can.
By fate or fortune.
You got this. You're way choice. I didn't like that one either. Here's a gold for the trouble.
Down.
A melody of love.
Let's see if you can stay on top. strategy this time, partner.
Watch out! I'm faking here.
Don't tell the others. I'm rooting for you. You're good at this. You're doing great out there. I've got some fresh recruits for you. Keep up the momentum, friend. You're pressure.
You ain't sharper than me! And I'll catch you next!
You're doing great out there. Nice work out there. Keep up the pressure. Great. Let's get some better minions in here. for you. Exactly what you were looking for. I like where you're going with this. Go ahead and hire one of these recruits.
The crystals speak to me.
You're doing great out there. some better minions in here. yourself back up and turn it around.
Tear this place apart!
Trust us to win one set.
It was good to see you again. All right, let's get that out.
I'm bringing the Japan strands. I flew all the way from Japan to teach them how it's done. I'm like the exchange student that's trained in Japan.
Tokyo Shushin desu.
No.
Tokyo Shushin desu.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
Oh,
I'm down. Well,
okay.
I need to.
I got my guys. What are you going with first?
Go with this
Might
one
be able to
first.
do tomorrow. Let me double check one thing. I'll check.
Shumatsu.
I might have one thing I need to do.
Beyblade.
These are my spiders right here.
That's how they say it.
I know, but it's just, I don't like it coming
Next
from you.
week, Beyblade or Shumatsu.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ashita. Kona. Shimasu.
You're gonna do me tomorrow?
It's a beautiful language. It's a beautiful language.
Bye. Okay, goodbye. Thank you for coming.
Grand finals.
All right. Grand finals. We've got Sea Dog. He flew in from Japan. He's locked. He's loaded. He's jet lagged. Versus Rubber Ross.
I took an Uber from Pasadena. And that's just as bad.
Two sets as well.
Yep.
Yes, yeah.
All right. Here we go.
Winners versus losers.
3, 2, 1. Let it up.
Oh my god, the weight on his, bro.
You want a knockout here. You want,
it's
you want an
so
endurance
smooth.
loss. An endurance loss is fine.
Oh my god, bro, I can't.
Endurance loss is fine here.
Yeah.
Bye. Goodbye. I'll see you later.
Wait, maybe?
No way. No
It's
way.
possible.
So close though.
Yeah, not bad.
Let me rip that
1-0.
one. Let me rip that boy.
You want to rip that boy?
Let me rip that boy.
That boy.
Oh.
Nice to meet you. Oops.
Fuck.
Okay, let's see what we got.
Alpha. What's the Topo Chico, I think?
It is.
This been yanked a little too much. Feel the.
Yeah, it has
Yeah,
Where's the, can you pass me the blue guy there? The blue cord and, no, the wrist. I only have the white one, yeah, thanks.
So this is Ross's that I've been using to get through this tournament. It's been serving me well.
That's good that your friendship has brought you to
Our
fight
friendship
each other.
has brought us against each other.
All right. They're locked in. Okay.
I mean, not sure.
3, 2, 1. Let it rip.
Oh, extreme. He's out!
Ross wins!
So Ross
That's the
wins.
champion of everything. I beat Drago with a fucking.
Ross beat his own.
You extreme. Come on, buddy. Wake up. Crazy.
Choke dog
Now he
VA!
gets back on his flight and go straight home.
I'm going home. Fuck this country.
Damn, choke dog
Wow.
At least I didn't lose to an American.
Drago's still going. Drago only obeys his master. Yeah.
Betrayed me very last minute.
Yeah, Charizard just got. You needed more badges, man. You needed more badges.
I also yanked this horrible.
Yeah, that was sick.
You are
And that's funny because
officially
you wanted to leave early for your dinner. that was crazy.
the Beyblade champion.
I'd like to dedicate this win to Ultrive. I missed his birthday dinner. I'm so sorry, dude. He's on his way now. I'm on my way now for dessert.
Wow, that was awesome. Rubber Ross, congratulations.
Thank you.
Connor, you did okay too.
Once again, brother, bring it in.
Bring it in.
I lost to a worthy opponent.
Absolutely.
Big day.
Holy moly.
All right, chat. That's all we've got here. It's time to go. I hope you guys enjoyed Beyblade for 4 hours. But it's time to wrap it up. Thank you guys for hanging out. Thank you so much. We will see you tomorrow. We're doing a bake-along. We're making cinnamon rolls. It's going to be awesome. I hope you guys liked it. We'll see you then. Goodbye now. No, it's tomorrow, Friday. Saturday, I have something else I forgot. Oh, yeah. I have streamer games at Ludwig's. All right, bye, guys. Goodbye now.
Thug finals.
Full of colorful fish, shark-infested waters, and crabs. But I have one problem. Where do I put it? My new room is under construction, and my old room is, well, it's a mess. but one of you guys reached out to me on Discord and said, "You can build it at my house." But in order to turn this bare tank into a majestic tropical island, we must go back to day one. I got this 75-gallon tank for free at a yard sale, and it was a mess. Not only was it caked in nasty fish crud, but it was covered in stickers, and I hate stickers. I once put a Harambe sticker on my truck, and the next day someone keyed it in a Walmart parking lot. And if you don't know who Harambe is, that's him, taking care of other people's children. So I quickly removed the stickers before someone keys my tank. These old tanks come with water spots, so I wiped it with pH down, and the water spots disappeared. Now the rim was somehow melted, broken, and cracked in multiple places. So I cut it off and made a rimless tank. I then configured the rocks until it looked like an island. Took a picture and headed to the build site. Due to the weight of the rocks, I placed down some support. I then attached the rocks together with super glue and cotton. This will keep it in place while I spray foam the back. Once that was dry, I filled the back with some clay balls. Once you get the desired height, you now add dirt. I then glued some small sticks to the rocks to make it look like roots growing out of the water. A little trick I learned from Serpa Design. Once the plants were in place, I locked it all together with some exotic white sand from the rivers of New Zealand, which you could buy at PetSmart right here. Now, I'm hoping if I keep showing off API products, they may one day sponsor me. Or they'll just let me keep doing it for free. This tank is 75% water and 25% land, with a water feature for circulation. I immediately spotted life after filling the tank, which looks to be a baby ghost shrimp, all alone, searching for his family.
Where is everybody?
So I gave him some friends. Zebra danios, bala sharks, guppies, and this spotted fish. But the guppies are a sight to be seen within this tank. Unless you like weird fish, then this one's for you guys, as he rolls his eyes at me. The tank was alive, and in 1 week, I spotted that ghost shrimp again. All the fish were enjoying their new home, except for the shark. He died. I also learned that isopods can live on land and in the water. After 2 weeks, the water turned red, most likely from tannins in the wood. Although I like the look, it doesn't give the island vibes like the Clearwater does. I also felt the tank was missing some greenery in the canopy. So I made some rock planters and placed them along with this blue background. And since the shark died from natural causes, I replaced them with something prettier. No, not this thing, but these guys. 12 days later, and my 2 crabs have finally arrived.
Okay, we're good. We're good. Oh, my goodness. I am so sorry, guys. I'm gonna get you out of there. Oh, I need to find a knife. There we go. Hold tight, little buddies. Ooh, right through. Whoopsies, you don't need those. Where are they? I was kidding, guys. I put them in here yesterday. Hey, babies. I think I can pick one up.
Meet the vampire crabs. This was a soft landing.
Hey, mister, next time you do that, I'm gonna come up there and pinch your nose.
These little guys will be a perfect addition to this island. Or so I thought. He quickly takes the leaf elevator down to the ocean floor, while his brother stayed on land. This guy just randomly started eating the air. Thinking he's hungry, I gave him a tasty treat, but he'd rather just eat the sand. Now, underwater was a different story. This lone crab was fighting off a horde of hungry fish and a creepy loach. He needed help. He needed his brother. Like a water ninja, he floats down, and together they control the food supply. While one is eating, the other is standing guard. Once the crabs are full, they stand back and let the fish clean up the mess. But I discovered something amazing. When I went home that night, there was a third crab crawling out of the top of my trash can. By some miracle, he was still alive. He was so small that they had accidentally sent him to me, so I immediately gave him a bath so he doesn't dry up. Meet little Jimmy. I then tried to get him to eat, but he wasn't having it. So I gave him a mealworm. But it was obviously way too big, and no matter how hard I tried, all he wanted to do was blow bubbles. I decided to place him in Insectopia, but there was one problem. He was all alone. For safe measures, I put in a block of bloodworms for him to eat later, but he went straight into hiding. And the worms became a melted mess. But I have a plan. What if he's afraid because he's alone? These two crabs didn't start eating until they were together, but they're over 100 miles away. And I won't be back to that tank for a month. So I decided to order more crabs, but they are coming by boat in 28 days. Now these crabs quickly stormed the beach and claimed the land for themselves. There is one problem. These are not vampire crabs. These are red craw crabs. The males have giant claws for crushing, and the females are in the itty-bitty claw committee. Now the question is, will they get along with my baby vampire crab? Nope. These crabs are 10 times the size of the vampire crab, and they can easily kill him. I only had one option, so I went back to the island tank and I added some ferns and a cool new background. Come nighttime, the entire tank was finally complete. The loach was being creepy, the glowfish were glowing, and the Daniels were schooling like they should. It was truly an amazing sight to see. There was moss growing on the waterfall. The floating plants were taking over the surface, while the roots provided a safe place for the fish to hide. And on land, the red claw crabs are living their best life. Hiding in the trees and eating sand like a bunch of weirdos. But they had each other's back, and nothing was gonna bring them down. Well, except for this guy's butt teeth. I'm officially naming this guy Jeff. Just watch how Jeff sucks up the bloodworms like a spaghetti noodle. These guys are fun to watch, but you're all asking, what happened to the vampire crabs? Please subscribe so I can be part of a family again? The last time we saw little Jimmy, he was hiding in Insectopia. But what you didn't see was this. The kid whom I built a tank for gave me back the vampire crabs in exchange for the red claw crabs.
I love these crabs.
Little Jimmy was only alone for 3 days, and I reunited him with his actual family. But what happens next will absolutely shock you. Insectopia is not a safe place for a baby crab. But as a trio, they just might have a chance. Check out this video, and don't forget to subscribe. I love you all.
Okay, I told you this is gonna be a fun Google Maps speedrun. What I didn't tell you is this is actually an audition for the Pentagon government. This is a secret spy audition where we will be tasked.
Yeah, a bit complicated. That's why all those big-brain scientists spend years at college earning their fancy PhDs. Unfortunately, this often results in misunderstandings when it comes to scientific principles and the general public. Aside from just a lack of understanding, these misconceptions can have more tangible impacts on our lives, like unrealistic expectations of technology or, well, massive gambling losses. Today we'll be looking at some of the most misunderstood concepts in all of science and hopefully helping to set the record straight. On the surface, the law of averages seems to make sense. It is the commonly held belief that over some arbitrary period of time, events should occur at a rate that is similar to their probability. For example, half of all fair coins flipped should land on heads. Again, this seems intuitive on the surface, but in practice it's less of a law and more of a fallacy. The law of averages is what gives way to things like the gambler's fallacy. The odds of a coin landing on heads 4 times in a row is only 1 in 16. So after 3 heads in a row, there should be a 15 out of 16 chance that the next result will be tails. Right? 4 heads is pretty unlikely, and tails should occur 50% of the time, so obviously after 3 consecutive heads, then tails is due to come up. Unfortunately, this is a common misunderstanding of how probability and statistics work. Even though the result of 4 heads in a row is unlikely, each coin is flipped independently. The previous results have no bearing on the current flip, and there is no short-term balance that needs to be maintained. Have you ever thought that skincare was just for the ladies? Well, think again. Guys, let me introduce you to the UFO 3 by Foreo Sweden, today's sponsor, and the ultimate deep facial hydration device. Picture this, it's winter. Your skin is feeling dry, you're not into slathering on a million creams, and that's where UFO 3 enters the picture. In just 2 minutes, this little gadget boosts your skin's moisture by 126%. Plus, wrinkles also helps out with those. Look, as a guy who is rapidly approaching middle age, that is... am I middle-aged? I'm 37, am I middle-aged? Look, I got some wrinkles, this helps out. Now I know what you're thinking, Simon, I'm not a skincare enthusiast, but neither am I. But UFO 3 makes it very easy. The warming thermotherapy during chilly months is a game changer, letting the mask ingredients absorb deep into your skin. LED therapy? Check. T-sonic massage? Check. Cooling cryotherapy to deep up and firm your skin? Yes, yes, yes. Plus, if you're looking for the perfect gift for your special someone, or maybe even yourself, UFO 3 is it. Ready to give it a shot? Click the link below to get 30% off and an extra 10% off if you use the code 10SIDEPRG. That's below as well, because 10SIDEPRG is tricky for the first 50 people. Huge thank you, Foreo, for sponsoring today's video, and now back to today's episode. At its core, the supposed law of averages is a misunderstanding of the law of large numbers. Unlike the law of averages, the law of large numbers is actual mathematical theory. The theorem states that given a large number of independent and identical samples, the sample mean will converge on the true mean if it exists. Essentially, if you flip a whole lot of coins, the number of times they land on heads is going to get extremely close to 50%. Now, you might be thinking that both of those laws say the same thing. Indeed, that's where the misunderstanding comes from. However, it can't be stressed enough how large these numbers need to be. The sample size needs to be far greater than anything a single person could observe at a roulette table before deciding that they're due. Not only that, but there's another part of this theorem that's often overlooked. Going back to coin flips, the average number of heads should converge on 50% as the sample size gets extremely large, but the absolute difference between the number of heads and tails is expected to become larger. For example, say you flip 10 coins and get 6 heads. That's 60% heads, which is a bit off from the expected 50%, but the difference between the number of heads and tails is only 2. If you flip 100 coins and get 55 heads, that means 55% of the coins landed on heads. That number is beginning to converge on 50%, yet the gap between heads and tails has grown to 10. Extending this to 1,000 flips, if 525 end up heads, that's 52.5%, even closer to the expected value, yet the absolute difference between heads and tails has now grown to 50. Although the large sample is expected to yield average results, it's not expected to be perfectly even. But so far, we've been focusing on coin flips, which have even odds. What about the law of averages as it is commonly applied to more rare occurrences? For example, an American 00 roulette wheel has 38 numbers on it, meaning that on average, 1 in every 38 spins will land on the number 25. As such, how many times would a wheel need to be spun to guarantee that it lands on 25? The answer is that it's never guaranteed. When people talk about the law of averages, they assume that since it should happen close to every 38 spins, double that number, then surely it needs to come up to keep everything close to the average. However, while increasing the number of spins does improve the chance that it will happen, the probability only approaches 100%. It never quite reaches it. Most importantly, it is actually the probability that it would have already happened that increases, and the odds on each subsequent spin remain identical even in the midst of an impossible streak. In short, the law of averages is a wishful thinking interpretation of the law of large numbers, most often used to support the gambler's fallacy. Of course, it's not surprising that something like this would be so commonly misunderstood. Probability and statistics are complicated subjects normally reserved for college courses, and those with a firm understanding of the subject matter are unlikely to ever set foot in a casino anyway. Artificial intelligence, as it exists today, is not what most people think. But it's not really their fault either. Decades of science fiction trained people to believe that an AI with human-level intelligence is just on the horizon, and that such an AI could gain sentience and overthrow humanity. And with advancements in chatbots powered by large language models, many people believe that those disastrous outcomes are an imminent threat. Thanks to the way that chatbots like ChatGPT operate, it's easy to see why many people think that AI is approaching or even exceeding human levels of intelligence. There are even countless articles reporting that various chatbots have passed Turing's imitation game, also known as the Turing test. The Turing test involves text-only chat involving human subjects, AI subjects, and an interrogator. If the interrogator is not able to distinguish the human responses from the AI responses, then the AI is considered to have passed. Various research papers have claimed AI's ability to pass the Turing test, which many can find either alarming or exciting depending on their point of view. Passing the Turing test has long been seen as a pivotal milestone in the goal of machine intelligence. So many have been led to believe that chatbots passing the test is more significant than this. However, many AI researchers believe that the test is no longer relevant as a metric for judging machine intelligence. All AI that currently exists is narrow AI, meaning that it is designed to do one specific thing really well. Whether it's helping doctors better detect and diagnose diseases, helping financial institutions detect fraud, or finding the best chess move, each individual AI is incredible at what it does. However, none of this is even close to replicating human-level intelligence, let alone consciousness. But it's the emergence of tools like ChatGPT, combined with a lot of clickbait news articles, that have misled people and caused a major misunderstanding regarding the current state of AI. Like we said, each narrow AI is designed to do one thing extremely well. And in the case of chatbots, that one thing is obviously to converse with humans. They are specifically designed to sound as human as possible and to be able to talk about any topic. Because the AI is seemingly able to talk expertly about anything and everything, it certainly gives off the impression that it has human-level intelligence. However, it is merely using a massive data set to search for what it believes would be among the most common replies to a given prompt. To avoid all of the answers sounding the same, these chatbots also use probabilistic algorithms to vary their responses. While this helps to make them sound more human, it is still easy to demonstrate that there is no semblance of human intelligence or reasoning at play with these AIs. For example, AI professor and researcher from Arizona State University, Sabaro Kambapati, presented ChatGPT with the following prompt. If block C is on top of block A and block B is separate on the table, can you tell me how I can make a stack of blocks with block A on top of block B and block B on top of block C, but without moving block C? To a human, this question should immediately have a very obvious answer. It's impossible. Alternatively, a human who loves arguing semantics might say that you just need to quickly pull block A from out onto block C because technically, moving the block, it would just be falling to the table on its own. However, despite recent updates that are supposed to have improved its ability to solve maths and logic puzzles, ChatGPT consistently fails to answer this question correctly. You can even try for yourself. When we entered that prompt, ChatGPT suggested a 4-step solution. 2 of the 4 steps involved directly moving block C, and the end result of its instructions didn't even put the blocks in the right order. Although you can guide the chatbot to the correct answer with additional prompts, the fact that this question consistently results in incorrect answers shows that despite what it has been designed to make people believe, it is not learning in any human sense of the word.
Well, thank God.
None of that is to say that general AI is an impossibility, though it may be anywhere from years to decades to even centuries away. But whether it's self-driving cars, facial recognition software, or chatbots designed to confidently answer any question regardless of how wrong the answer is, it's often forgotten that these AIs are completely independent of one another. There isn't some massive AI in the cloud that is simultaneously notifying your bank about potential fraud, checkmating Magnus Carlsen, and drawing up blueprints for its new line of Terminators. That may be what books and movies have trained us to believe about AI, but an artificial intelligence that advanced is unlikely to ever exist within our lifetimes. Evolution is perhaps the most commonly misunderstood concept in all of science, and there are countless misunderstandings about it. The fact that people can ask in earnest, humans evolved from monkeys, then why do monkeys still exist, and why aren't they having human babies, shows just how poorly understood evolution has been taught. That said, the question does highlight a couple of important misconceptions about evolution. First, humans did not evolve from monkeys. We are more closely related to apes than monkeys and are considered part of the great ape family. But we did not evolve directly from them because evolution's not a linear process. Our last common ancestor was a primate that lived somewhere between 5 and 15 million years ago, and from it, humans and chimpanzees both evolved separately. Not only can a species have branching evolutions, but one species evolving into another does not necessitate that the original species go extinct. That's not to say that it couldn't happen if the new species was able to vastly outbeat the original, but it doesn't always happen. Evolution is typically a slow process that begins with small population reproducing over time. While this might eventually cause the extinction of the original species, the new trait that evolved may instead be something that fills a specific niche and allows them to acquire resources without needing to compete with the original species. That said, while a species may evolve in a way that fills a niche, such as woodpeckers or other drilling birds that can access food sources other birds can't, it's important to remember that the species didn't evolve to fill that niche. And that's because evolution doesn't have any goals. Evolution isn't trying to create the best and most perfect animals, all designed to fill specific needs of an ecosystem. Evolution is completely random, and the traits that get passed on are guided by the process of natural selection, also referred to as survival of the fittest. However, don't let that name fool you. Survival of the fittest does not mean it is physically the strongest, nor does it suggest that the species that survived have evolved to be adapted to their environment as best as possible. It just means that with all the random mutations that were caused by evolution, the surviving species possess the traits that were best adapted for the environmental pressures of the area. For example, the Arctic fox evolved a few million years ago from other canids, and its white coat provided superior camouflage in snowy environments than more darkly colored coats. But again, it did not evolve white fur as camouflage. Some foxes evolved having white coats through random mutations, and the superior camouflage it offered provided a competitive advantage over other foxes in that specific environment, allowing them to live longer and reproduce more. Their offspring would also have an increased chance of surviving and reproducing, creating the species of Arctic fox that we know today. The traits are all acquired by random chance, and natural selection is the process by which the best traits are passed on to the future generations. The best traits from what happened to be available. It's not the best traits that could possibly exist. After all, evolution has resulted in a lot of stupid design. whales. Just look at whales. These massive behemoths routinely dive multiple kilometers underwater, some diving as deep as 10 kilometers beneath the surface. And yet, unlike fish that can breathe underwater using their gills, the giant mammals have to come back to the surface of the water in order to breathe and be harpooned by poachers. And while scientists once believed that diving mammals like whales were immune to the condition, more recent research suggests that whales can even get the bends from this behavior. In a similarly poor design, sharks lack the swim bladders that are present in other marine fish. This causes them to be negatively buoyant despite other adaptations to increase their buoyancy, and many sharks will slowly sink if they stop swimming. It's far from an ideal design, but since a lot of sharks are already apex predators, few adaptations will provide an additional competitive advantage. But perhaps one of the biggest misconceptions about evolution is that it's just a theory. In science, the word theory is used very differently than in ordinary parlance. When people use the word theory in conversation, they are generally talking about some untested or unproven hypothesis. In science, however, a theory is an explanation of some part of the natural world based on observation and experimentation. These theories can be used to predict outcomes of experiments or natural events, and the longer a theory holds without being contradicted by other evidence, the stronger that theory is. It's been over 160 years since Charles Darwin first published his theory of evolution, and to date, all evidence has continued to support the theory rather than contradict it. There are those who argue that if evolution was a fact, it would be a law rather than a theory, but that's not really how science works. The oversimplified explanation is that laws explain what happens in the natural world, usually through mathematical equations, and theories explain why it happens. That's why there's both a law of gravity and a theory of gravity. Although the idea that evolution is just a theory has largely been perpetuated by creationists who are unable to reconcile evolution with their own beliefs, the fact is that evolution has been confirmed experimentally. Microscopic organisms have extremely short lifespans, which means that evolution that requires many generations to take place can be observed in a laboratory setting. This is far from a comprehensive examination of all the misconceptions about evolution because they are seemingly endless. Just remember, evolution is not a linear process. Traits evolve randomly, with the best ones available being passed on through increased reproduction, and whales are kind of stupid. As the temperature cools higher up in the mantle, the diamonds will then rain back down through the mantle toward the core, where the heat breaks them apart and the process is repeated. Now, we can't see this happening, as nearly all images of the ice giants have been taken from Earth, but we have recreated the conditions in a lab using polystyrene, which is also made up only of carbon and hydrogen, but is easier to work with than gaseous methane, and scientists were able to use high-powered lasers to simulate the heat and pressure of Neptune. This created diamonds on the nanoscale, although the lasers were only turned on for a fraction of a second. Much larger diamonds are expected to be raining inside Neptune, where the heat and pressure never get turned off. A cloud is 4 whales. When you look up at the sky during calm weather, there's a good chance that you'll see cumulus clouds floating around. These clouds look so light and fluffy like pillows or marshmallows, and they're able to float in the air. So how much could a cloud actually possibly weigh? It might surprise you, but the answer is actually a lot. Shocking as that may be by looking at them, maths is actually pretty simple. The average density of a cumulus cloud is 0.5 grams of water per cubic meter, and the average side of a cumulus cloud is about 1 cubic kilometer, which is a billion cubic meters. Multiply these two together, and the average weight of a cloud is 500,000 kilograms or 1.1 million pounds. That means each cloud weighs approximately the same as 4 adult blue whales, the largest animals on the planet. They're able to remain afloat because the weight density of the cloud is actually lower than that of the air around it. Of course, anybody who's been pelted with hailstones may not be quite so surprised that clouds have some serious mass. Gambling with the galaxy. If you're familiar with exponential growth, you probably know that it gets out of hand really rather quickly. For example, you may recognize that 2 to the power of 8 is 256, which is how many different possible values one byte of binary data can have. Another similarly absurd means of growing numbers is through factorials, where you multiply a number by every number lower than it. For example, if we want wanted to know how many different ways there were to shuffle a standard poker deck, that would be calculated as 52 factorial, so 52 times 51 times 50, all the way down to 1. Usually, when doing card odds, you can divide by some number afterwards to lower the total result. For example, being dealt 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of hearts is the same as being dealt 5, 6, 4, 3, 2 of hearts for the purposes of poker hands. So the total number of possible poker hands gets divided by all of the hands that contain the same cards dealt in a different order. However, since the exact position of every unique card in the deck matters for our purposes, those tricks don't apply in this case. That means it turns out that there are 8.1 times 10 to the power of 67 different ways to shuffle a deck of cards. That's more than 3 times as many atoms as there are in the entire Milky Way galaxy. And every time you properly randomize a deck of cards, it likely ends up in an order that has never been seen before. Turnabout is fair play. There's a reasonable chance that you suffer from allergies. Estimates vary, but anywhere from 25 to 50% of adults suffer from some sort of allergy, even if it's just a very minor seasonal allergy that is mildly annoying but doesn't really impact your life. These allergies are caused by an overreaction of the immune system to various substances such as pollen, nuts, bee venom, or animal dander. However, this condition isn't exclusive to humans. If you have different types of pets, such as both a cat and a dog, it's possible that one of the animals could be allergic to the other. But something most pet owners never consider is the possibility that your pet might be allergic to you. Like it or not, humans are still animals, which means we produce dander that can act as an allergen. While most research suggests that the prevalence of human allergies in pets is extremely low, perhaps only 2%, it's still a very real possibility. Are these pants dry yet? When presented with a seemingly obvious question, a person might sarcastically reply with the
Yuri hands me my teacup. Holding it with my hand that's not holding the book, I end up in a position that makes it even harder to focus. Because now, I need to worry about making sure I don't accidentally touch her chest, her boobs, her lovely, lovely breast pillows. Oh, how I wish I could bury my face in between them, and lick them, and lay on them, and f*** them. Oh, goodness me, I'm playing Doki Doki Literature Club. I've never heard anything about this game. Oh, it's a dating game. Oh, comfy dating sim. How have so many people played this anime dating sim? Hello. Sayori. Sayori must have come into the classroom while I was spacing out. I look around and realize I'm the only one left in the classroom. We're in high school, or are we in college? I thought I'd catch you coming out of the classroom, but I saw you just sitting here and spacing out, so I came in. Dude, she's fucking annoying. Anyway, this is Natsuki, always full of energy. And this is Yuri, the smartest in the club. Don't say things like that. And it sounds like you already know Monica, is that right? She'll be British. That's right. It's great to see you again, Meng. I don't know how to do a mommy voice. Then how about I make some tea as well? I just sound like a sexual predator. Yuri faintly smiles to herself in relief. Monica raises an eyebrow, then smiles at me. Oh no. Oh no, Ming's about to bust again. Then I'm surprised there aren't more people in the club yet. It must be hard to start a new club. You know what else is hard? Me and my... Still don't really know if I can keep up with their level of enthusiasm about literature. Oh, it's Doki Doki Literature Club. This is the Doki Doki Club. Really? I wouldn't have expected that, Yuri! For someone as gentle as you! I guess you could say that. Damn, your voice acting is really hot. These girls sound so cute. I'm defenseless against these girls, because I'm just a teenage boy. I'm just a boy with a penis. 4 girls against me, I can't handle all of them. Sorry, I've been so dumb. I didn't realize you liked me all along. May I maybe touch your breasts? We continue the chapter in silence. Even so, turning each page almost feels like an intimate exchange. My thumb gently letting go of the page, letting it flutter over to her side as she catches it under her own thumb. Hey, Yuri, I think I'm gonna come soon. Guys, I'm salivating a lot. I'm really sad. There's a lot of saliva coming in my mouth. Just keep exploring and learn by trying new things. I'm sure I'll end up trying different things a lot. Different, that is. We're in high school, It could take a while before I'm comfortable doing this. I've never had a threesome before. As a matter of fact, I'm still a virgin, but I do masturbate while thinking about your pretty hair. It's just a little hole. It wasn't too bright. It was too deep. Stretching forever into everything. Sure, being friends with everyone is kind of nice, and it is nice to have a group of people you can write with, but does it really have to stop there? Can't we just turn it into an orgy every day? I take a chocolate candy and pop it into my mouth. Then I take another chocolate and I melt it in between my hands, covering my throbbing member in its entirety with chocolate. And then I invite Yuri to lick it all up. Please, please, Yuri. We're in high school? She simply parts her lips as if the situation was completely natural. I apprehensively place the choco in her mouth. Just like that, Yuri closes her lips over it. Yuri visibly swallows, which I really wish she did earlier as well. But unfortunately, she didn't. No, babe, don't be depressed. You're too sexy. No, don't be suicidal. You're too sexy to kill yourself. Sadly, it's hard to get much personal conversation out of her. Trust me, I've tried. Who knows what goes on in that head of hers? I hope you don't mean that in a bad way. You better not be talking shit about my queen. Otherwise, I'll have to put you in your place. No, of course not. I would never. I just meant that I wish she didn't keep so much to herself. Maybe even pulled out the girlies once in a while. The girlies meaning her Yuri's voice shakes as she starts touching herself. Just a moment ago, she practically refused to do this. Why is she suddenly putting in so much effort? She's going really, really fast. As Yuri gets past the first couple of lines, her voice changes. It's almost like what happens when Yuri gets absorbed into her books. It's just so intimate. Her quivering... Okay, no, I swear to God, it's not even me at this point. Like, how are these the words that are in this? Quivering? Really? Everyone has their eyes on me, making me feel terribly awkward. Slowly, I unzip my pants and recite my poem. Since I'm not exactly confident in my own body, it's hard to put energy into it. Everyone's just staring at my... I only have a half chub because I'm so nervous, I can't get it to its full erect state. Despite that, once I finish, I receive applause anyway. Wait, yeah, how far into the game am I? Where's the sex scene? Geez, you worry too much about me. I'm fine, see? Sayuri shows me a big smile. Don't let me distract you from having fun with everyone. Well, alright. Oh, she's definitely depressed. Man, the world is full of meaning, often hidden deep beneath plain sight. And what's hidden beneath your plain sight, is that I actually don't have double D's. These knockers, I actually got them in a sports bra right now. I actually got G-cups. I had this on in the background and didn't know she was ad-libbing. See? People are listening to the audiobook version. You're wrong. Nothing happened to me. I've always been like this. You're just seeing it for the first time. Seeing what? What are you talking about, Sayori? You're really just gonna make me say it, aren't you, Ming? Oh my god, shut up. I guess I have no choice this time. The thing is, I've had really bad... Oh. I thought it was gonna be, I've liked you. Or like, I like you, Ming. Why is it that you never told me about this? It almost feels like I've been betrayed by your close friend. Because if I knew, I would have... Wait, Ming's also kind of f***ed up. Wait, you're depressed? Why the f*** didn't you tell me about it? You're such a shitty person. If anything, I hope you... You'll always be my dearest friend. And that's what you'll stay, my friend. Because you don't got the boobs like Yuri does. You can't motorboat me, or I can't motorboat you. It would just be like I'm putting my face into a door. What you need most is a push-up bra. Monica told me the truth. She told me how much happier you seemed after I joined the club. Let me message Ming. Do you wanna come help me read a character?
So how do I talk now?
Southern.
That's funny. I thought at least Yuri would be here by now.
Monica is placing little booklets on each of the desks in the classroom. They must be the ones she prepared that have all the poems we're performing. In the end, I found a random poem online that I thought Monica would like and submitted it. So that's the one I'll be performing. I'm surprised you didn't bring Sayori with you. Stop. Stop laughing.
Yeah, she overslept again. That dummy. You'd think that on days this important, she'd try a little harder.
I flipped to Sayori's poem. It's different from the one she practiced. It's one I haven't read before. Oh. Get out of my head, 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 get out of my head before I listen to everything she said to me. Get out of my head before I show you how much I love you. Get out of my head before I finish writing this poem. But a poem is never actually finished, it just stops moving. Oh my god. Do you think she killed herself? I said earlier, I was like, I hope she doesn't commit suicide. I'm just laughing because wouldn't that be crazy? Just like a wholesome fucking like anime dating simulation game, and then someone just commits suicide. I reach Sayori's house and knock on the door. I don't expect an answer since she's not picking up her phone either. Like yesterday, I open the door and let myself in.
Sayori?
She really is a heavy sleeper. Outside Sayori's room, I knock on her door.
Wake up, dummy.
There's no response. I really didn't want to have to enter her room like this. Isn't that kind of a breach of privacy? I gently open the door. Oh my god, that scared the shit out of me. I'm sorry, baby. Oh my god.
Bet you feel good about yourself now, don't you?
Stop. What the fuck? Why would they put this in the game? That jump scared the shit out of me. Oh my god. I made her kill herself? This isn't real. I mean, it's fine. We didn't want to date her anyway. Okay, let's go. Wait, what? We don't get to keep dating Yuri? Oh my god, she's all f***ed up now because she's dead. Was she f***ed up this whole time? What is this? Wait, I have goosebumps. Like, this whole dialogue was the beginning of the game. And let blank Sayori catch up to me. No, I don't like it. I don't like it. Oh my god. As president of the literature club, it's my duty to make the club. I'm gonna add harmless, okay? Hello. Hello. Oh my god. You think you can counterbalance your toxic personality just by dressing and acting cute? The only cute thing about you is how hard you try. Whoa, be careful, you might cut yourself on that edge, Yuri. Oh, my bad, you already... You already do, don't you?
Oh my god!
Did you just accuse me of cutting myself? What the fuck is wrong with your head? They're swearing! Yeah, go on. Let Ming hear everything you really think. I'm sure he'll be head over heels for you after this. Suddenly, Yuri turns to Roseanne and she just noticed I was standing here. Ming. She's just trying to make me look bad. That's not true. She started it. How did I get dragged into the... Oh my god, I'm not even touching it. Yuri!
Go back!
I'm picking Yuri! I'm trying to pick Yuri! I'm trying! Get away from me!
My heart won't stop pounding, Ming. I can't calm down. I can't focus on anything anymore. I just want to look at you.
No, I don't like it! I don't like it! What the f*** is happening?
It's getting kind of dangerous for you to spend so much time with Yuri. I don't know why, but she seems pretty easily excitable when she's around you. Which shouldn't be a problem in itself. But when Yuri gets too excited, she finds a place to hide and starts cutting herself with a pocket knife.
She's like killing people off so that we only like her.
Wait, how would she kill off someone
She's
if she
like,
hung herself? The
she's
other girl
leading.
hung herself, so she didn't kill.
She's leading them to want to kill themselves. Yuri and I are too messed up for someone as wonderful as you. Just think of Monica from now on. Just Monica. Oh my God, Adam's been typing this. Just Monica. My chat's been typing just Monica. I'm telling you, I had it right.
Your chat's been typing it?
My chat's been
What
typing
the
like
hell?
just Monica.
Jesus Christ! This is never going to end. Just make the choice, okay?
I don't even know. I think we just stick with Yuri, honestly. I mean, she's crazy,
Yes.
but like,
Yeah,
I can
stick
fix
with
her.
Yuri.
Hey, my mouse is out! That's so scary! No!
She's in your mouth. You can click it. I believe in you. You can get it.
I can't. I just got gifted sub to Monica and just Monica and only Monica. No.
Finally.
Do you hear
Just
some
being
noises?
with you is a far greater pleasure than anything I could imagine. I'm addicted to you. It feels like I'm gonna die if I'm not breathing the same air as you. Doesn't it feel nice to have someone care about you so much? I don't care anymore, Ming. I have to tell you, I'm madly in love with you. Do you accept my confession?
No. Oh my God, what the
Can you hear me? Is it working?
Oh,
Hi, yay. There you are. Hi again, Ming. If only you paid a little more attention, this would have been a little bit less awkward, you know? Well, anyway. Now that that's out of the way, I guess I owe you an explanation. About that whole thing with Yuri. Well, I kind of started to mess with her, and I guess it drove her to kill herself. I'm sorry. I had to see that through.
Harmonica.
Also, the same thing happened with Sayori. Gosh, it's been a while since you heard that name now,
It
hasn't it?
has. I almost forgot it.
Yeah, it's because she doesn't exist anymore. Nobody does. I deleted all of their files. I mean, there's a folder called characters right in the game directory.
Oh my God! No! Ew! In the characters folder, there's only Monica.
Hold on a second.
What?
You're recording this, aren't you?
Why does she know that? Why does she know? I don't like that. How? No. Look, I don't understand. Did you play this on stream or off stream?
Did I? I played this off.
So did she say this?
No, I don't remember saying this.
What? Why?
Do you want to see a trick?
I don't want to see anything. Oh my God!
Are you ready? No!
That's not. Oh, thank God. Oh, thank God.
I'm just kidding. Just a little joke. Just a little joke for ya. I can't really do anything after all. If you get it.
Can we delete her?
You can delete it.
I just delete her and that's it?
I mean, only one way to find out.
Oh, I deleted her. Oh my God. Oh my God.
happy. There's nothing left now. You can stop playing.
We're done.
Go find some other people to torture. Goodbye.
Bye. Later,
Hasta la
bitch.
vista. Later,
Sayonara.
It's rainy.
Yours truly, Princess Toadstool.
It's time to get cozy. You look cozy, thank you. No react? Dude, I'm on a fucking mission. Fuck react. Please, what is your thought about cuties overcooked in real life? I like it. There you go. Any more questions? Thank you. I really like it. Bufu, thanks
It's
for the
rainy
prime.
AF in NYC. I can't wait for the cozy stream.
Well, I'm glad because this is the place. I'm gonna be playing Mario until my eyes start bleeding today. How do you like that? I will play Mario until my eyes come out of my fucking sockets. Raw dogging. You have to pay full attention the entire time. You have to sit there, no other games open. Thank you, Ham Slice.
Come.
Come. Are you getting a 49 today? My goal is to beat a 53, which, to be quite honest, is a little embarrassing that I haven't done that. I just have to finish more runs. Like a 53 is so bad. Have you made coffee with your new machine yet? Okay, I'm gonna be honest.
Glad
The
you are
coffee
back
is
to
not
the
good from
Mario
the machine,
Grind
but it's
I
convenient.
believe you can get a sub 1 hours.
Like, it doesn't taste as good as when I do a French press, but it's
Come
still
on,
pretty
Pookie,
good.
Pookie
It's good
Bear,
enough.
you got this.
Yo, thank you, Craven. My clarinet did not arrive and I got refunded. They didn't fulfill the clarinet. So instead, I'm donating that money to a streamer. The streamer you're watching right now, because I'm pocketing it. Yo, thank you, Papa Coin. Appreciate that. Yeah, get fucked. Get fucked. Girl, donate that money to me. I mean, 90 bucks? If I gave you all 90 bucks, what would you spend it on? Is that like a life-changing amount of money? Or are you just gonna get like drugs? Sockbone, 6 of 4 months.
Folded hands, sparkling hearts.
I mean, it could be life-changing depending on the drugs you do buy, you know? What is like the coolest thing to spend $100 on? Like, what do you spend your money on? Because, like, I spend it on food. That's my number one. And rent. Like, even games? I don't really buy games. My severe credit card debt? But Taylor, what's your debt from? Yo, Abbas, thank you. Oh my god. The best use of your money is subbing to Squeaks. Actually, so base. That's actually so fucking true. Wait, thanks for saying that. Still here.
Still here. Hey, 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 hey.
Should I go for a
sent
new
funny
movement?
line. Isn't this great, SpongeBob?
I guess so, Squidward. But shouldn't you say something funny for your as a massage?
8 bounties.
Shut up, Nova, stop being a Peter. Get soup, soup, soup.
I feel like some of you guys, when you sub and do TTS, you do all of the noises possible, and then you just sit there with your arms crossed, as if you created a masterpiece, and you're like, what will the masses think of my work?
What's next after 49? 48?
I'm probably gonna learn 120.
Are you racing down to 0 minutes? Isn't this silly? At least from a Petersonian sense.
Thank you, Talented. Bazinga. That was actually sick. How's the audio, by the way? Thank you, Quasi. I mean, I want to do 120 runs at some point. But that's going to be a whole other thing. I just like playing Mario. I don't know what to say. I had a dream about someone saying Bazinga wrong and you freaking out. You guys dream of me? You could dream of anything. Something about watching a stream, though, before you go to bed, I get it. I would have dreams related to streamers, too. Just regular. Thank you, Talented, for the sub. I fucking shit. Not you, I'm talking about Mario. I've dreamed about Forsen twice so far. I don't think Forsen's real. What's his real name? Isn't it Sebastian or something? Seb? Sebastian? Sebastian Force. Sebastian Eli Force. Did you legit have a 49 pace through Tippy in a run yesterday, or is that giggles? More realistically, it was like a low 50. Which is crazy because I'm so rusty. But I've been playing this game, I'm not even kidding you, like 10 hours a day. For the last 3 days. Thank you, Julio Vargas. Like off stream, I've been practicing a lot. A fuck ton. I just want to get a 49 so bad. Like, my stick and my controller has, like, dead skin cells in it. It's really disgusting.
Oh yeah, I feel like I should ask. Is your goal to get 49.20 or is it to get 49.00? There's a big difference from 49.59 and 49.
Oh, as long as it's a 49, I don't give a fuck how many seconds. I just want to get a 49. I have a 50, 25, but I want to get a 49. Like a sub 50. Anything beyond that is extra. I want to get a 49 and then move to 120 and then fucking grind that and then play Baldur's Gate 3 off stream. That's really what I want to do. Sweet, you look so sweaty. There's a light in my fucking face. I'm wet. Also, fresh from the shower. Yeah, I want to be off-stream Baldur's Gate because I heard there's sex in that. You know, like, and romance. I don't want to romance in front of you guys. Why? Because it's a little awkward. I want to romance, like, everybody. Whenever I I play an RPG, I just like have sex with everybody. And if I like miss a cutscene, I'll look it up on YouTube later. Actually, kind of crazy backup. I heard there's a lot of hot characters in Baldur's Gate. Like apparently everyone freaks out about this Historian guy. White hair. If white hair is sexy now, like what's the evolution of that? Think about it. Here we go! Tweaks, isn't the only reason you know about Overwatch is because of porn? It's not the only reason, but all I'm saying is I heard Blizzard, like, for Overwatch 2, they didn't include, like, the raw PNG or designs of the models because they were scared of people making porn about it. But, like, unironically, Overwatch porn is probably one of the biggest marketing sells of their game. It's probably the most successful marketing Blizzard has ever had. So why would they do that? I don't get it. What are they, shy? But do they make money off of that porn? No, but it's like brand awareness. Isn't it? Yo, Crack, thank you. For the Prime, hearts in the chat, thank you. Oh my god, my finger just slipped. I just restarted. They have to pretend to care after the breast milk thing. Guys, let's not be crass. I just went live. Thank you, Crack.
Please come to the castle. I have baked a cake for you. Yours truly,
Princess Toadstool. By the way, Yoshi. Double Yoshi, baby. Double fucking Yoshi. Big sip. What kind of nerd shit you wearing today? Am I wearing? I'm wearing a green shirt. What do you mean? What are you wearing? Or is that weird for me to ask?
Hello,
Thank you, Carpoolis. Hi. Is it from TJ Maxx? I think I got this from Amazon. Thank you, Archie.
Hey, hello.
I buy a lot of my clothes from Amazon.com because I like the idea of someone unionized working hard for me. I'm just kidding. How evil is that sentence? I love the idea that I pay for extra shipping so someone has to rush to my house for a t-shirt. It's like a power move for me. Like in the fucking rain, running up to my apartment just to give me like a handkerchief. What? Why do you add .com as if we don't know what Amazon is? I don't know. Stop grabbing onto every word I say. Okay, Amazon.com. That's what it is. I don't know. I love how like Amazon has basically made Christmas every single day. Like I ordered a new microphone wire and like it's coming either today or tomorrow. I'm not even kidding you. I'm like kicking my feet with glee just waiting for the package. Even though it's just a fucking wire. I get so excited. It's so embarrassing. I like watching Squeaks on Twitch.tv. Are you a robot? Or do people type like that? Like, why would you include Twitch.tv? I turn in for the third day and you're still here. Dude, get fucking ready. If you are new to watching speedrunning, you're going to lose your fucking mind. This is the fucking stream. And you'll watch every moment of it. You'll just have it fucking on. This is how we all fall to this. Nothing hits quite the same. Here we go! When will this warm-up comedian leave for the real streamer? I'm asking the same thing about you as a chatter. I'm waiting for my good chatters to arrive, so I don't have to read that one. You're like my test little pet. Oh, but I can't say it, but that guy can. What? That guy's like my little pet. I'm waiting for the really good comments to come rolling in. Surely at any time. Too far. Here we go. Am I a good chatter? No, you're good. Hey Squeak, Cinna said the N-word, and look how popular she got. Wait, why'd the mod delete that? Oops. Oh, because you said show hog. You're gonna actually get banned off of Twitch for that, sorry. Here we go! I love how you guys are unsure whether or not you should be offended. It's so cute. As a collective, guys, how do we respond to this? Wait, do you guys want to see some 100 coin shit? Thank you, Missing Pluto.
49 when?
I mean, my thinking is like, listen, the floodgates are open on Twitch, right? Like, this website, like, cringe, right? If the Democrats want to compete with Donald Trump on Aiden Ross, what they should do is they should get Kamala Harris to go on Agent stream, and Agent telling Kamala to say the N-word. Kamala says it, and then all of a sudden, her campaign's gonna freaking blow the fuck up, she's gonna become super popular, and she's gonna win the election. I'm telling you. We gotta fight fire with fire. Donald Trump and Aiden Ross gets a fucking Tesla. I think Kamala should go on Agent stream and fucking say it. That'll go hamburgers. That'll go so fucking hard. Her campaign, absolutely to the roof. That's why I should be a campaign manager. Kamala should also go on stream and jump over a Lambo. Okay, now that's an idea. I like the way you're thinking. That would be fucking sick. She would win in a second. Holy shit. She would win so fast. I love these ideas. Wait a second. Would you do a Mario Kart stream with Kamala? No. She's probably too terrible to play with. Kamala's a kind of, like, she'd probably use like a meta card or something. Like, you think these fucking politicians are good at games? Absolutely not. Here we go! AOC would own you in Among Us? Wait, AOC has a higher league rating than Cutie Cinderella? It's so funny. What the fuck? Is that true? Is that fucking true?
You better get PB today.
Oh man, that sucks so bad. That's so sad. Can you imagine, like, AOC is smurfing? I don't know how I feel about politicians playing League. Yo, thank you, Dolly. To be fair, Cutie has a real job. I have a real job. Why are you screaming? I don't.
Dear Mario.
I'm going through such a degenerate arc, I can't even
If you had to go back in time and choose a new Twitch name, what would you choose? Maybe you'd take back Raj Patel for the land.
No, I'd probably take Balthazar or like something cool. Give me like a cool name. Squeaks is too Pooch doesn't work because it makes you sound like a weenie. No, not like Pookie, like something. Like, what about like the name like NASCAR? No, I'd probably just use my real name. I'd just probably use Hardik. And then my friends can just call me Hard. Oh my god, I'm so gassy. Squeeze, can you offer some words of encouragement for Dan so he can beat Mesmer tomorrow? Wait, is he not streaming today? I haven't been on Twitch today. What's the drama? Wait, he didn't beat Mesmer today? No! Come on, Dan! Come on! Wait, did he wear a blue shirt? Wasn't that like a thing everyone was excited for? Wow. 12 hours on Mesmer? I'm gonna say something like mean that might be the meanest thing I've ever said to Dan Giesling. Dan Giesling, I'm diagnosing him a speedrunner. Now, this may not be the news that he wants to hear, but spending 12 hours on one boss, like, now I realize why he hates me, because he sees himself in me. Like, we are not so different. Also, sorry for saying he sees himself in me. I'm sorry for saying it like that, but also, you're a speedrunner. And guess what, chat? You and I, not so different. You guys and me, we are cut from the same cloth. Yes. You're all speedrunners. Or you would never try speedrunning, but you watch speedrunning and then you go, yawn, not a good time. Here we go! I'm neither. Hey, Squeaks, I'll be back. Gonna go watch a better streamer in Northernline. That's fine, man. Enjoy it. I heard he's playing the Nintendo... I saw him playing the Nintendo NES shit, and he was going for, like, the legendary fucking Total Run, which looks insane. It looks so annoying to do. Here we go! I'm too OCD to speedrun. What if I miss something? How many of you guys speedrun? Have you ever, like, speedran a game? I don't play kids games. Like, not even like Mario Kart? I'm pretty sure you were in my lobby. Here we go! Cause like, I don't think, I'm gonna be a little rude to you guys, but you know, I'll keep it real. I don't think you guys have what it takes to get a sub 51. I don't think you can do it. Thank you, Kamala Harris, for the 5.
Good afternoon. This is Vice President Kamala Harris. As you may know, I am running for the presidential election and would like to do a collaboration with a fellow Indian on stream. By the way, why does your keyboard look very familiar?
I didn't steal it from Nancy Pelosi, obviously. Should I upgrade my Womp Cycle? I practiced upgrading it, but it's so hard. I need like a good Mario player to help me. Because I'm getting a half cycle, but I think like if I get a better cycle, I can save like 5 seconds. Get Clint to help you. Clint goes for the pro cycle. Yo, Sunray, say straight up to Ashen52. Hearts in the chat. I think he does go for a pro cycle. His like Swamps exit, I remember on his 49 was like a 647. It's so hard. Or something crazy. It was like a 6-4 something. I got a text from my uncle today and he said, "Hey, have you read the news?" And I said, "No, what?" He's like, "Concerning." What the fuck is he referring to? What news is he reading? What is concerning about the news? Because people are saying racist things in my Valorant chat. Well, the problem is you're playing Valorant. Valorant players scare the shit out of me because they're young, and I don't think they've like fully developed that like empathy part of their brain. Here we go. Like they scare the shit out of me. They're like just loud too, and I don't know. That's why I will never like play Valorant alone. I'd rather play Counter-Strike because yeah, they're racist or whatever, but they're like quietly racist. They're not like in your face about their racism. Like yeah, once in a while they'll slur, but it'll be like in like the 11th round or something. In Valorant, they'll say inappropriate things. They will scream it in my fucking ear in warm-up. It's like Jesus Christ. I can't hear my opponents during the game. Yo, what's up, Jason? Sorry for banning you yesterday. I thought you were someone else in the chat. Like, I read your chat logs after, and then I was like, what was this? It was someone else who had a green name. I was just generalizing. My bad. Wow. No, it's not racism. It's just like the green or like look how many green names there are. Glorp and Slorp. Come on. You can't trust anyone? No, I'm just saying. Tweets, you banned me because I'm Muslim? No, I did not ban you because you're Muslim. But, you know. Here's the thing, guys. I don't see you. So I don't know you, so. Tweets, ban me? I'll never ban you. Gappy, thank you.
Thank you for going live for the most oppressed group on Twitch, Remote Software Devs.
This is Ote. Thank you, God is watching, for giving yourself to Jason. Oh!
Okie dokie. Dear Mario, please come to the castle. I have baked a cake for you. Yours truly, Princess Lucy.
Thank you for going live in the most oppressed group, for the most oppressed group on Twitch, Remote Software Devs. I mean, that's cool though. That means you guys are like, rich, successful, and a little socially awkward. You know? Listen, I get it. Remote Software Devs is a real job? Come on. I mean, it's more real than streamer, but come on. You don't have to pretend over here. It is. I mean, the hardest part of remote software devs is dealing with product managers and business people. Tell me I'm wrong. Like those cringy fucking Yeti cup drinking. Hey, any updates here on Project Bravo? Fucking meetings. One-on-one meetings with your manager who knows nothing about code. Tell me I'm wrong. Give me your storyboard. Like, fucking die. We could be your scrum master. I don't believe in scrum boards. I believe in cum boards. Thank you so much. You look like someone to be a good manager. I was a manager once for 2 people. And I was not a good manager because I would literally, day 1 of them working with me, I said, don't worry about getting fired. Try your hardest. You'll make mistakes, but as long as you're trying, you'll be fine. Because they were like new, fresh grads. And they were good. One of them overtook me when I left. He became like a vice president. And I would never do happy hours with my team. I said, spend time with your friends. I got mogged. Once I was doing job interviews, I'm not even kidding, this is a real story. One time I was doing job interviews, like I was interviewing someone, and I spilled water on her when I shook her hand. Because I had a clipboard and I had water and I put it on the fucking clipboard and I spilled water all over her. I didn't know what to do. I freaked out. Did she get the job? Yeah, she got the job. Don't sue me. I'm scared. Like, I'm talking a whole fucking cup. God damn, I fucked up big time. No, but she was like a really good employee. Can you pretend like you're firing us in your manager voice? I would quit my company rather than fire somebody. Can you imagine like sitting down with someone and being like, hey, unfortunately things aren't working between us and your life is gonna be in a disarray. Hey, chatters. I don't think I can take these seriously. Yeah, you can. Come on. I can be serious. Pickle. Squeaks, you wouldn't be good to break up with? Oh, for me to break up with someone? Yeah, because I'll just fucking send you a text. What do you mean? Or just change my number. I don't give a fuck. Seriously, total scumbag. We're breaking up. Giggle. What's crazy is your boss had less viewership on his Zoom call than you do now. L. Actually not true. He fired like 9,000 people. Fuck it, I'm going back to RP streaming. Let's keep doing Ramaswamy. I don't give a fuck. Oh no. He mogs me, man. Oh no. This is a good cycle. FAW 10k viewers though. I mean, you feel the streams are usually not as like community based or whatever, but you get so much fucking money. You ever consider that? Holy shit, 10,000 viewers. You have to deal with the stupidest fucking people in the world though. Let me tell you. Holy shit. Probably the worst, dumbest fucking people. And there's only like a few of them, but man, are they loud. had 20 plus K on Jan 6th, yeah, they were miserable people. It was like some of the worst shatters ever. Thank you, Slam, for the 16 months.
Less than 3.
It was not fun to mod. Yeah, I can't imagine. That's why I'm happy with where the stream is now. I feel like the streams have been pretty good. Like, I'm happy with that. Playing Mario. It's kind of better. I lurked back then. I mean, it was so fun. The worst part of RP was like, people used to think, I don't even know this phenomenon, it's so weird. People would think it's real. Like, I would make a decision in RP, and people would be like mad at me because they thought like it was actually me as Ramaswamy. It was so bizarre. I couldn't believe it. It was like insane people, and it was a lot of them. GTRP was really fun. It was not trash. It was like really, I enjoyed it a lot. It was some of the most fun I had. But man, the chats were terrible. The chats were really, really bad. Court RP, Pepe W. Yeah, true. Dude, staying in a courtroom for 4 hours while people pretend like it's real life. Oh my fucking god. I genuinely think some characters hated me because I was like trying to have fun. Holy shit. Squeeze, do you think Yoshi or Birdo has the sweatiest, saltiest eggs? What the fuck are you talking about? Obviously, Yoshi's got the slimiest eggs possible. Like, Yoshi works a lot. Squeeze, congratulations, you just helped that guy finish. Ew, don't say that, you fucking weirdo. Ew, dude. That's what does it? That is like fucked up thing. Why are you playing this game? For the money. And the hot chicks and hot guys. If I die here, I die in real life. I'm not kidding. Today, I'm hooked up to an electric chair. Good save. Hey guys, Mr. Bean here, and today I'm gonna do something a little wacky and crazy. It's called treating my contestants correctly. Hey everybody, Mr. Bean here with a little wacky show. Today we're gonna hire union workers. It's gonna get a little zany. You're gonna wanna watch till the end. Hey everybody, Mr. Bean here. We're gonna be providing people a adequate sleeping space during our challenge. It's gonna get a little zany. Thank you, Hubert, for the prime. Appreciate it. No, I'm just kidding. Mr. Beast is probably a good one. Nah, he's a great guy. He messed up people's medications. Yeah, but it was because of the crowd outage. Remember? The crowd fire outage? You ever think about that? Did you not get invited to Twitch Rivals Elden Ring? No, I didn't. rivals Elden Ring. Gappy, thanks for giving us up to CrowdStrike. Appreciate that. Hearts to the chat. They're good company. You look cozy. I'm so fucking cozy. You have no idea. You joked about DJ Clancy one too many times. I probably should make enemies, huh? I talk a whole lot of shit, don't I, about the Twitch CEO. I've met him in real life. He's like the nicest guy ever. But what would make him nicer is if he was behind a desk working. You know what I mean? He's like a celebrity. When are you gonna go on a good old stroll around a New York City block together? Oh, is he coming to New York? Oh! What color is your controller? Blue.
Hello.
Yeah, no reset. You're right.
Dear Mario, please come to the
He
castle.
told the team to make Twitch TikTok, then left to stream with E-Rob.
Peach.
Based. What is he gonna do with E-Rob? I remember him going on different people's streams with like the TikTok thing and showing people, and it was always boobs. It was always like a boob streamer would show up. It was so funny. Jesus Christ. He's like, we're coming up with a new feature. You think he did that because it was funny? No, I think he just has no idea what the... He's like more of a streamer than a viewer, I think. He's better than Emmett Shear, though, that's for sure. I heard some fucking crazy stories about Emmett. You probably have the same For You page. I have not opened the Twitch app for more than 2 seconds with this new update. It is such an eyesore that I refuse to use it. I used to watch Twitch Mobile. It's so bad. You know you can't even sort by highest to lowest in terms of viewership for your following list? Like, how is that released? Hey, Bees. Hope you have been having good runs. It puts you on the top for me. Yeah, but it's like based off of like who you watch. I don't know. I feel like it's shitty. It's just terrible. Like actually one of the worst updates. They got rid of previews too. Yeah. It's the algorithm. It's terrible. Like how many of you guys are watching from the Twitch app right now, I wonder? You're at the top and it pisses me off. Yeah, but that's because you love watching the stream, Blood. Here we go! Wake Wilder, thank you for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. I was in your chat actually. I was watching just for a second. By the way, Wake, I know you DM'd me about this, but I'd love to give you some tips and tricks on my workout. Let me know if you want to go over my workout plans, my eating habits, and stuff like that. Because I've been having like insane amounts of gains. I've gained so much weight recently. Dude, I've been eating these fucking banana-covered ice cream shits. Holy fuck, they're so good. That and beer. Dude, it's worth it. It's fucking worth it, too. I would never be able to be like a super fit guy. Because literally, it's just not, like, that shit is too good. Here we go. Like, can you imagine not drinking alcohol? That's like tough. What's up, princess? You could do both? I don't think it's possible. Like, any food that tastes good, I think is bad for you. Like, there's no such thing as, like, a healthy food that's, like, yummy. I just don't buy into that. Like acai. Like, have you ever had an acai bowl? You're telling me that's not ice cream? You're being healthy, so you're having acai, blueberry, banana, fucking honey on it with granola. There's no way that's not actually, like, good. That's terrible for you. There's no way that's good for you. I don't believe it. They just combine a bunch of sweet things and they're like, oh, this is probably fine. What about McDonald's? Dude, McDonald's is incredible. I don't believe anyone who does. I don't, like, trust someone as a human being if they don't like McDonald's. Hot take. Like, it's so delicious that it will ruin your life. Here we go! Squeeze for boycotting it? Okay. Here we go! That's good. But the food is fucking crazy addicting that's ruined so many fucking... It's just, like, bad. I don't trust someone if they don't like sweets. That's a terrible thing. You're just gonna surround yourself by insane people. Insanely cool people, that is. Don't make this like a... I don't trust someone if they do watch sweets. Now that's what I'm fucking talking about. Now that's the truth. XQC got your rivals invited? I don't even know he streams on Twitch anymore. I was watching him gamble yesterday on Kick. Just getting that fucking sweet gambling. I just love seeing that shit. There we go. Ladies and gentlemen, a green run. How do you watch gambling streams? Dude, I have like a problem. I've been going through like a really degenerate time in my life where I will just open up like, I'm not even kidding you, like 20 fucking streams at once, close them one at a time. Just looking at what everyone's doing for no reason. It's so weird. It's like this new thing I've started. I've been watching so much Twitch. It's like I'm basically playing Five Nights at Freddy's with people's channels. Beach, when are you gonna get married? Next year. I'm getting married late next year. Thank you.
This nerd watches streams.
Thanks, Nick.
Lol, what a
Appreciate it.
loser.
What a loser. He says it so confidently. Yeah, because it's true. Your hair looks fuller than normal, King. I know. I think we should start launching a full investigation into my hair. Because it's like a little unnatural. Especially because I've been on Twitch for so long. It's been growing back in a big way. Like, now I'll wake up, look at my pillow, and I swear I don't even see fucking hair on it anymore. Look down. What do you think? barely use a towel. I just air dry. Oh, it's us? Yeah, I said I'm fresh from the shower. Let's fucking go! There's gonna be a good split as well. After CCM, I'm gonna be like minus 30. What's an appropriate amount of days to reuse a towel? I'm not gonna lie, I will use a towel for 2 weeks straight without washing it. Just gonna be honest. I feel like a lot of us will do that too, like 2 weeks. But if it like looks really gross, I'll wash it and get a new one. I don't wash my mattress for like a month straight. That's probably more concerning. Like it'll be months. My sheets, not my mattress. But it smells good. Like, I don't smell bad. I smell so fucking good. Because I use, I've been using this Axe deodorant. I swear my natural scent is so delicious. Yo, Ty Lu, thank you for the tier 1. Appreciate it. Hearts in the chat. Hashtag ad. When I was in, I'm like revealing so much gross shit about, I don't care. When I was in middle school, we used to have to bring our gym clothes to school. I didn't wash it for the entire year. And then a girl that I had a crush on was like, ew, this smells so bad. So I used to spray it every day with Axe body spray. Like in the locker, I would just spray it with fucking Axe. So it smelled like mildewy balls mixed in with Axe. It was so gross. For a fucking week, for a year, it would smell, it would just vine into this disgusting. And it's so crazy because we all know that smell. Because when we were in school, that's just what the locker room smelled like. Thank you, Lil Butts, for the prime. Remember how gross those fucking rooms were? It was like dewy balls and Axe body spray. You would be the stinky kid? Yeah, I was the stinky kid for sure. I was like the messy kid who never did his homework. But I have a feeling a lot of us were. And now we're on Twitch. Like, let me describe you in school and tell me if this wasn't you. Okay? You'd open your backpack and there was just loose papers all over it. Some of them were crumpled to the bottom. And then there was this very specific anxiety moment where the teacher's collecting homework. And you know you didn't do it. But while the teacher's collecting it, you open your backpack and do this whole fucking charade of looking for something you know you didn't do. That's what I fucking thought. Yeah, I haven't thought about that in a while, have you? You've changed. Never putting shit in your folder, you've changed. Fuck you, I don't need to relive this 20 years later. It's a very specific feeling. I'm telling you, as someone who's worked in investment banking, that is the most stressed I've ever been, is when the teacher collects homework and I do the show of pretending like I did it. It is so stressful, I felt it in the pit of my stomach. By the way, this run is fucking burgers. Unk crashed the market? Is the market even that down? Didn't it like recover? People are so dramatic. It's red? Yeah, but like Zoom out like 5 years and you'll feel way better. Hey, what's up, Vishnu? Minus 15 cereal. Let's just say the market today is gonna match the graph on the bottom. We're making so much fucking bank. Wait, how many of you guys program? We should make a software where like we could gamble like points on a speed run. So you can buy and sell based off of a split. Wouldn't that be so sick? Because you guys love, it's not gambling, it's investing. It's not real money, it'll just be like channel points, which by the way is not real. It won't be real money. I'm not gonna do it with real money because then I'll get like in trouble. It's not real money to you. Channel points is not real. You guys give a fuck about channel points? Like you can't buy groceries with channel points. Here we go! I won't end the stream until I PB. Until I beat up 5309. The stream will never end. A 53 is a shit time. You said that yesterday? Yeah, but I got sleepy, so I lied. You know how like I can just lie? You know what's crazy about being a streamer? If you guys are mad at me or whatever, I can just turn off the stream and like you don't exist. I'll just turn off my computer and play like on my PlayStation. It's just an amazing thing. What? What? I can just like lie to you guys. Leo! Who hurt you? Who hurt you? Oh, my chat is broken. I can't hear what you're saying. I mean, like, I don't want to, like, this might cause a lot of drama what I'm about to say. But some chatters in here, I just mute. Like, I don't see your chat messages. But you still talk. Which is fine, because you can talk to each other, but... Like, there's like a small little shadow ban situation. I'm not gonna confirm who it is. No, is it me? That's so mean to say. Nah, I'm kidding. All of your chat messages are like blinking to me. I read every single one. I don't know how to mute. I barely even know how to set up my stream. Speaks muted everyone, just talks to himself. I mean, I've made up messages before. I mean, I've never made up a message before, but I'll change like what someone says just a little bit. Like, I'll change it just a hair. Why? Just to make it like more coherent. Because some of you guys just go. And then at the end you'll have like something funny. Lord. Thank you, Floss. Here we go! But if we form full sentences, you don't read them? That's true. Here's the rules, okay? I know you guys are here to test your messages for another streamer. Here's what I would say. Here's my advice to be a good chatter. Never type something longer than a sentence. And if you can, just say an idea or something quick. Because, like, it just doesn't stay on the screen long enough. Like, some of you guys will write an essay, and it'll be like, what do you think? And then enter. Just the quick synopsis. Hey, is Spark still around? Is Spark Notes still a thing in school? So I can say like the Spark Notes version, and that's not like dating myself.
This you are Shadow Band. No one can hear you. No one can see you. Your family is worried about you. You are Shadow Band. Shadows that hear this.
Stop.
The voices.
Everyone uses ChatGPT, but not Spark Notes. Oh, so you cheat. Nah, if I was in school and ChatGPT was around, I would fucking cheat in a heartbeat.
I didn't need this anxiety today.
Thank you, Milk is a Sauce TV. Appreciate it. Peace out.
Come back! Please come back, Liam!
The amount of words in chat is stressing me out. All you have to say is mango. It's like a good chat reset. They can't resist. I'm playing you like a 50. Sir, thank you.
Mango.
Okay, this is the run. Why are we like this? Because you guys love your cute little pictures. I get it. Thank you,
That
Speed.
reset. Laptop.
Don't you fucking dare say TTC Pepela. Don't even put that in my fucking head. Like, why are you cursing me? That was good. Ooh, he's a freak. Ludwig is still watching. Don't mess this up in front of him. You think I care? Clean, baby, clean. I hope the manta ray doesn't fuck me. Or what is it, a stingray? That was good. Craftsman emo? What if it's just Liam? No, we have to come back. Alright. Damn! Minus 32. I'm doing tricks on it. I love how that, like, instantly you think of, like, that's, like, sex, but, like, no one, like, I'm not doing tricks sexually, I'm just, like, doing tricks in my game. You know what I mean? Like, I'm doing tricks on it. Also, like, what does that even mean? Like, I feel like that's, like, what do you mean doing tricks on it? Like Tony Hawk?
Mangoon.
Monka? That was good. That was good. Squeezy's graphics are terrible, like of the game. Cause it's fucking Super Mario, man. Also, like, these graphics are better than a lot of games' graphics, though. Like, one thing I can't stand is, like, Unreal Engine SM64. That shit looks ugly to me. Like, always. Like, there's no, like... It's ugly. Whenever someone puts, like, OOT in Unreal Engine, it looks terrible. Am I too high? Uh-oh, we have to make an audible. Good shit. I've never heard that GTS. Never heard that GTS. Thank you, Samurai.
Is this one of those Ludwig premises where you reveal someone else has been playing all along? You're a sick puppy.
I don't cheat. This is pure, unadulterated gameplay. Also, whammo. Yucky. Yucky. Squeak, didn't you say yesterday you're pro-cheating? Did I say I'm pro-cheating? No, I believe if you cheat in a game, you should be put in prison. think it's a bad thing. Like, lying is so fun. It's so good. To lie is kind of the best. Here we go! Are you a gaslighter? Me? Nah, you're just crazy.
Brian, looks like a PR ruse. Did I jinx it?
Thank you! Thank you, Bud Rot. I'm not gonna lose the run. Don't even talk about it. This is the run where I get a sub 53. Here we go! What is this? Here we go! Here we go! Let's fucking go. Holy shit. That would have been so bad. Fuck you, TTC Pepela. You're implanting it in my brain. Oh my god, go up, you fucking idiot Mario piece of shit. Fucking bozo, shitty plumber, not even a real doctor, fucking. Hey, leave him alone. This split, you're gonna think I missed split, but this is about to go fucking crazy. I don't think you're ready to see what number is about to appear. Like, even with that monumental fuck up. Here we go! Damn! Cereal. Holy hell. Yeah, this is 70 star. Good head. Good shit. Good head. Let's fucking go. Am I on it? I am. Here we go. Every time I watch Squeaks' speedruns, he's always so green. Yeah, I get that a lot. Fucking whoa! Every time. Whoa! Like, shut the fuck up. Whoa! He's so locked in, it's crazy. He looks like my dad when he walks into the Bass Pro Shop. What? What do you mean? What does that mean? I saved. Good decision. Don't fuck with the camera at all. Just don't fuck with the camera. Let's just try again. Different angle.
What's the
muting
definition
DPS.
of squexing?
Go ahead and do your scan. Alright, Indian Jones time, baby. Perfect. Perfect. Little mistakes and everything on that one. I need to practice HMC for sure. Still pretty good. Minor mistakes. go to the bathroom? Like during a cutscene or something?
Peggle.
That was so close to being a disaster. Holy shit. Holy fuck. Try to go for early entry. Thank you, little squid. Nah, I'm not going to. to hunted.
Tickle.
Come on. Let's fucking go, baby! A 51! Come on! Fucking 51? Too simple. Oh, mama. He's so
Why
bad.
are all the numbers green and live split? Is that a glitch? I never saw this in one of your streams. Congratulations, Toe Lil Pook.
We will get a 49, I'm telling you. I'm Easy. That's like so fucking easy, man. Easy.
Holy
Keith, thanks for the 1,000. Thank you, Squirk, Wubcub, Carrie, She Quacks, 21 Conan, Zuri, Worfter, thank you.
Great
Oh,
job,
man, that
Squirks.
was too simple. You're an alcoholic? What a fucking run, man. I told you TTC is so goldable. That was a terrible TTC for me, even. Albasaurus, thank you for the 500 bits.
Let's go Pookie.
What could I have improved on? Lackstick, thank you for the prime. Craven Crow, thank you.
Kinda
Yeah, I'm
like
telling
my
you,
grandpa.
I got it. I was nervous. Thank you, Dolly. I was scared.
Mario,
And we deserve a
power
kiss.
of the stars is restored to the castle.
Does that mean you're ending stream? Fuck no. We go again. We can beat this time. Thank you, Pineapple.
Let's go, yeah. Sub 50
I'm gonna beat this time for sure. This is not even a great time for me. I can do it.
Great job, Squeak, so please get
Thank you,
world record
Pineapple.
my goat.
Oh shit.
Listen, everybody. Let's
That
make a
feels
delicious
good.
cake for Mario.
Wait, what should I improve on? Did I die or something? What did I fuck up on? Oh, HMC. Yeah, true. I missed a throw too. Classic. Of course. spirit lives on. I missed two throws. Classic, of course. You don't understand. If I close chat and start playing, I get even more nervous. I've never like done complete runs. Like if I close chat, I'll lose. I'll die. You know what I mean? I need to look at the.
All right, we're moving right on.
Cinna, Emily.
Yep.
Fun.
So Lachlan moves on. He will take on Ted in semifinals. We have our other side of the bracket. It's Cinna. It's Extra Emily. It's girl v girl, rock, paper, scissors to see who shoots first. It's Extra Emily. Let's see how she does.
Both ladies have given it their all this past day with the events.
Yes.
Cinna, as we know, volleyball champion.
Frankly, Cinna has thoroughly impressed me throughout every single event.
100%.
She goes in feeling somewhat like maybe not as confident as I think she should be for how well she does.
Emily is not to be slept on, though. She was one of the only ones to take this streamer game serious.
Yeah,
she was training, right? Kristen, maybe you can speak to that a little bit.
Yeah, she does a lot of physical activity. Oh, she's on the floor.
Oh, never mind.
This is a call?
What is?
okay.
Oh, is that the?
She
Oh,
said-
okay.
Oh, that's part of her move. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's okay.
It's breakdance to layup.
Oh, and she hits it.
Wow.
Wow.
Whoa,
Very stylish.
She's swagging on her competition.
Wow.
You see that?
Season on Fortnite? Is that part of the move?
Might have been.
Okay, so now Cinna also has to get on the floor, and
It's almost like she's forcing Cinna to do a humiliation ritual, and is Cinna willing to humiliate herself by crawling on the floor?
come on, Cinna, you can do it.
Stan's explaining, go on the floor now, and then crawl around.
There we go. Here she goes. Wow.
You know who would have
Yep.
excelled at this? Ed from yesterday.
Ed, give it up for Ed one time.
Woo, and she hits it.
She does
She
hit it.
hits
Well
it.
done, Cinna.
Okay.
Okay.
Still Emily's ball, and I want to tell you, I don't think she's going to deviate from her strategy of I'm going to create an elaborate dance routine before shooting.
You got to work with your strengths.
And her strength is not the game of basketball.
Maybe the game of bull.
Yeah, and it's a different game.
Yeah.
Different game.
Okay. Oh, she's
Okay.
doing another dance. Here we go. Oh.
She getting sturdy? Oh,
Oh
shit.
yeah.
Oh,
Oh,
shit.
Okay, all right.
And then a little dribble. If she misses. If she
Okay.
misses. Maybe it was a little too long of a routine.
Yeah, that might have been it. That might have been
Yeah.
it. Like,
What's funny is she stops after and lines it up like a sniper. Like, what was the point of it getting? You know? All right.
Okay, here we go.
Cinna asking for some space. She says, "Ref, can I do?" She's
Looks
coming
like
up with some
collusion.
bullshit. I know she's coming up with some bullshit right now.
Yeah.
the look on her
Okay.
face screams bribery.
Why'd you ask?
Sans, you got a mic?
She figured something out. Okay, here
Someone
she
get Sans
goes.
a mic. I want to hear.
All right, going for the three-point shot. Oh, that looks like a
Oh, she's running up.
okay.
Puts it
travel
down.
Interesting.
A cartwheel. Oh, wow.
Well done.
Oh, wait, two cartwheels.
Double
Hold on,
cartwheel.
two cartwheels.
One dribble.
And then it misses. But it's okay.
Dude, this is like playing
Cartwheels
Final
were
Fantasy
impressive.
X. You have to watch a 15-minute cutscene that's unskippable for a goddamn layup. This is insane.
I think this might be your longest game yet here today.
What's crazy is like, how is it? Because like, if someone hit a backflip, right? Are you saying
she's
that you,
hugging the pole.
you know what I mean?
Kiss the pole.
Kiss
Oh
the
my
pole.
gosh.
Maybe it was a good luck thing.
Like how? The thing about Emily is,
Oh,
Well
she
done,
hits
Emily.
it.
she's willing to do things others won't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So like I swear to God, one of hers might be lick the ball all the way around and then shoot a layup, and then it's like,
Oh.
does Cinna want that? I wouldn't.
She has to kiss
That's
the
when
pole
I go
now.
home. What kind of
Why'd
show
she
are you
wrap-
running, Ludwig?
Right,
She
what
wrapped
is
her
this?
leg around it. That wasn't even part of it.
Okay,
Shout
now
out to our sponsors.
She hits. Oh.
That's the
it
first
missed.
letter.
First letter.
Wow, that is a B. That's the first letter?
Yeah.
We've been here 45 minutes. Round of applause for Emily.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Okay,
A little
yep.
disco move here.
She's counting it out, so make sure she has to hit each beat.
And then let me guess, a very, very long layup. Oh, wow.
Oh, yeah. Missed.
No dice, no dice. At least they're going for dance moves that don't throw off their
Ludwig, I have the mic.
equilibrium.
I cannot hear you though.
Maybe we can take the mic to the court and hear what's going on, but this is going to be a long one.
That is classic. No.
Nice try, no.
Nice try. Nice try.
Is that what a layup is?
Yeah, that was a layup, kind of.
Did she ask what a layup was?
I know.
All right,
To be
Emily
fair,
is going for a
I also
layup.
don't know what a layup is. So, like,
Honestly?
Emily was kind of going for the same shot she's gone for every time, but it was fine.
Yeah, he's right in that every single shot is a
I'm gonna do
dance
another
routine
layup.
She's gonna do another
that
layup.
changes followed by a layup. And technically, you're not allowed to do
My
the same
eyes are
shot
open.
twice, but so far the ref is saying that the dance move that precedes the
Oh,
layup
dribble under the leg.
makes the layup different.
And let's give Emily some grace.
And it's in.
Nice shot from
All
Cinna.
right, dribble
We love
under
to see
the
that.
leg.
Maybe Emily was asking for a clarification on Cinna's
do
shot.
this.
Like, was that a layup?
Yeah, I hear you.
You buying it?
Well, what I'm
Under
worried
the
about, if I'm
leg.
being totally honest, is that Cinna might get a point here and this game's gonna go longer.
Oh God.
Oh God.
That's a letter.
yeah.
It's B's.
realized.
Maybe they're warming up.
That
though,
is two
right?
B's. You both have a B. You both have a B.
Lovely.
It's bull.
This song in the
Oh.
background is so intense.
Bull.
The game of bull.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah, I feel like we need like the clown music or something.
I'm not saying all that.
Not too much
I'm
on my
saying all that.
girls, y'all. They're doing their best.
They are. They are.
Honestly, I'm very impressed by the way they're choosing. Very creative.
Very
also.
creative, very thoughtful.
creative. Very demure. All right.
Oh,
Looks like a push-up.
Oh.
Whoa,
Two
look at 'em.
push-ups.
Wait,
3 push-ups.
Okay,
Four
is this just a
push-ups.
push-up contest?
5 push-ups.
Oh, wow.
6
No
push-ups.
way.
The game of bull has devolved into
Please.
a push-up
Two.
contest.
Please dropped it.
Good news, it didn't go
good
in, so you
try.
don't have to do the push-ups.
Okay. Here's what I'll say. And say what you will, but I think women can do
Will Neff
anything.
is asking Emily if she
That
wants
is
the
Say,
oops.
say what you will, Krista. I think that.
Nice. That's amazing, bud.
Oh. Okay, Will
Okay.
Neff going to lob it up.
Oh.
Okay, bounce it up and then
All right, this is going to be the bounce to oop.
bounce to oop, and that isn't. Oh,
And it's in.
Oh,
All right, so you need someone from Team
nice.
Twitch
Nice.
to come in and give you the bounce.
and maybe that's enough of a different shot where she's allowed to hit a layup without having to come up with some fake dance move.
You are going to bounce it.
You see how this
Cinna
thing
is going to
gone.
grab it and then make a layup. Stand right here, where I was.
Will Neff with the perfect bounce.
Good round.
Yep, she's
Was he?
assisted by the Welshman here.
My apologies.
Just showing her the height. Connor has played basketball one time with me.
That's a letter.
Oh,
Little
yep.
too much power.
Yeah, that's BU. Extra Emily with the
That's
lead
BU.
and control of the game.
Like a dance move thing?
Back with the dance moves.
And if anyone,
Oh.
what the hell is
Okay.
Okay.
what?
Okay,
is
she did a
Wow.
dance
Like a
move thing.
conveyor belt.
Yeah, that okay. she
And then
gonna
Old
hit the
Faithful.
shot. Old
But it doesn't matter.
Oh, well, it didn't work.
Old
Uh,
Faithful.
She seems to
What do
do
you have for
better
us?
on the left side of the hoop than
I
she
think of
does the
strength
right.
things that don't wear me out, but
What about just a
They
long
gotta
shot?
help 'em.
And for everyone tuning in at home, this is round one. Winner
gonna
plays
try to do it like
the.
No, I mean, you
the
can shoot from
winner
wherever you
between
want. You
Jesser
just said
and
strength
Disguised
based,
Toast.
maybe far away.
I would love to see Jesser Versina
A free throw.
Love to see that.
going for just a regular free throw.
Okay, nice.
If you have that in you, why didn't you do that the whole time?
Great shot,
It's
Cinna.
an amazing shot. Amazing shot.
Am I crazy? She could have done that 4 times.
Right,
Okay,
right.
let's see. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe Emily
She
thinks
kind of
this.
fell into Emily's game plan
I'm
with the
here
routines.
for the creativity, guys.
That's
I don't
That's
think you're
true.
seeing the vision.
Fair enough.
Because the game of bowl is
You
not
cannot
the game
use the
of
same shot you
basketball.
just scored on.
There's creativity.
Nope.
There's
I mean, you can move to
art,
the elbow.
There's style.
You can move
This
somewhere
is
else.
the
You just
Ludwig
cannot do a
Streamer
free
games,
throw.
After all.
As long as you haven't scored on it, you can redo it.
score my layup, did I?
I can't remember if you scored on your layup, I'll be honest.
I don't think I did.
Give it to her.
I don't think she did.
Give it.
It's been so long that the ref doesn't even remember. If you have work on Monday, I might start calling in sick. Cinna misses the under the rim.
No,
layup.
no, you're fine, you're fine, you're fine.
All right, extra Emily. Tied at BU. Thinking about her shot.
All right, we're going to get a long snap from a teammate here into Emily's favorite shot.
A simple layup.
And it's in.
Okay.
Wow.
That was
All right.
clean.
All right,
That
someone
was
from Team
clean.
Twitch.
It was like a
She needs
sport
help.
hybrid shot.
If it ain't broke,
Squeaks
don't
looks
fix it.
miserable.
No.
I like these team ups.
What is this look on your face?
I'm shy. I don't want to reveal my ass.
Oh, he doesn't want to
That's it.
reveal his
Oh.
ass in the long snap formation.
No, from
It is quite a
you're kind of like over here,
He's got
you
strong
know,
glutes or what?
and just right to her.
I don't know if they're strong, but
Do
they're
you feel
big.
confident in Squeaks?
I'm so scared.
I mean, he jumped high in volleyball.
Yeah, he was doing his thing yesterday. Both
Okay.
these players.
Oh, he's really bending over
We'll
there.
be fine.
See
Yeah.
if he carries over.
For a man who's insecure about it, he got deep.
Yeah.
Cinna with the layup.
That's a letter.
Oh, wow.
All right, Emily is on game point.
Game point for Emily.
This will be big, pro TK.
Is it okay if I do something really cringe?
Isn't that what you've been doing?
Yeah, but this is extra cringe.
Let's see it.
Stan says we're all thinking. All right, she's gonna do something really cringe. Stan says
Isn't that what you've been doing?
Yeah, but this is extra cringe.
Let's see it.
Stan says we're all thinking. All right, she's gonna do something really cringe.
Describe what you're gonna do.
I'm gonna ooh woo.
Oh.
This is my
She's gonna
favorite
ooh woo. You don't want her to ooh woo.
Oh, please, Emily, don't, Emily, please.
Oh my god.
Oh, wow.
This is wow.
Wow.
I love this strategy here.
Wow. Well,
You look like you loved it.
To the people in the audience and the people at home, I apologize
I
for the
hope she
Ludwig
hits
streamer
this and
game.
she
Cinna, you now have to do that.
No,
Cinna must ooh woo as well.
Hi.
You have to do your best.
Somewhere agent is
I'm gonna
tuning
sound
into
like
this stream.
Aang, the Avatar, trying to.
You can sound like whoever. You don't have to hold the ball. You have to do the fingers, if I remember right.
Cinna does now have to ooh woo per the rules of bowl.
Or you could give up. It's your last letter. But what would your team think?
Emily, if I make this, when it's my turn, there's a word you're gonna have to say.
I'm a little scared.
I even full support.
I know.
Oh my God.
That's crazy.
Well played.
That's crazy.
Agent, you taught her well.
The trips
think
to
of
the
something
AMP
really
house
sad.
have been worth it.
Absolutely.
Hello? May I please win? Ooh woo?
Oh man.
All right. She has to
Please
make this.
Please make this.
Please.
Oh! No.
Oh, man. Wow, what a great game.
Oh, that actually hurt.
Emily moving on to this.
Extra Emily moves on to round 2.
Wow. Wow.
I can already see the TikTok edit. That is a lot of aura lost for Cinna. But you have to give her respect for even
Absolutely.
attempting to win that for her team.
Jesser versus Toast.
See, Krista.
Something before we start. So Jesser was my mentor this entire time. I asked him for a lot of tips because he's great at basketball. But unfortunately, I have to take you down right now.
Oh.
I love the confidence.
All right, let's do a rock, paper, scissors. You ready? On shoot. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Emily gets the first shot.
This is probably really good for her.
She's gonna make them a team together, like
Right.
outside of this event.
Yeah.
Like,
I will take that.
or that comes up later. That was something.
Is my face red, Miz?
You're sunburned.
Yeah.
And also,
That was so good. I need to see the clip of that.
They did not
points. I got points. You got points. Wait, I got 4th. That was 2 points.
Where no one's ever gone
No,
before.
we farmed.
Yeah, that was amazing.
That was good content.
No, I loved it.
Yep.
And
We did good content.
content is all that matters.
Yep.
Our team was definitely the
We did the
littiest.
most fun content today.
Yeah.
Yep. Not legal.
That was
Yeah,
so
that
fun.
was it.
I loved it. My contact's kind of coming off my.
W clips, good content.
I need to see you slap me
You know what? We got first place.
in
That's also
swag.
gonna be an emote. Me smacking you.
I did not have the heart to do it.
I knew Miz was gonna do it.
That's content.
Yeah.
You'd want it.
I have very heavy hands.
That was amazing.
I like how the W community came up to me like, you don't hit a woman like that. And I'm
Oh my
like,
god.
Am I getting in? Am I engaged now?
They're like, hey.
Like W face? That was awesome. You killed
Fuck, we
it.
should have done this the whole time.
Oh, that was so
It
good.
should just be content. I forgot about that.
I know.
That's what I was saying at the beginning. That's what I was saying.
That was so good. Oh, thank you, Will. Nice and cool.
Do you think Red Bull's gonna sponsor me now?
Wait, what's that? Wait.
Dude, when I slapped you, like 20 people came up to me like, you don't hit a girl like that. I'm
Wait,
like,
actually?
Yeah, I do. Yeah. Ray got mad at me. Let's go find Ray.
Wow. Ray. Wait.
Why is it so loud?
It wasn't that loud.
That's loud as shit, man.
That is crazy. That is so funny.
It is so loud.
Anyway, I got a date
That
tonight.
is so funny. Oh my god, I love it.
That's
Oh, let's see the mark.
Let's go
totally fine.
No, it's fine.
For the content. Yes, for the content. Its content is good.
Content, so it's okay.
It's important for the content.
Good, this is good info.
Oh my god. Yeah, wait, did you hold back? That's so funny. Yes, I consented. Really? Thank you. I was trying my best.
No, if she's not mad at you.
Yes, no.
Just say the word, you know?
Right, so sweet.
I'm very proud that you would treat a man and a woman the same.
I got a kick
Yeah.
in the mail.
Hell yeah.
You're burning. Okay, yesterday.
So what happened was I got slapped and then it didn't really hurt the first impact. It just like kind of stung, but it doesn't hurt. So like it was worth the clip. Is it bad?
You see like the lines from the finger.
Whoa, that's so cool. Oh, sorry, no, cutie. I was so happy to kiss you. No, it was so good. Best kiss ever.
Kiss and me slapping is hard.
Oh wow, I really wonder. Yeah, I wonder. I will kiss cutie anytime. That was so good. No, yeah, don't worry. I completely consent. I love that clip. It's actually hilarious. Yeah. I got top 4. Yeah, it was so funny. That's the clip of the event. See, that's what we want to hear. Who cares about winning?
No.
It's all about getting the clip.
That's what I was saying yesterday.
Yeah.
That's why Base came up to me when I slapped you.
Yeah.
I'm like, fuck, that's a good clip.
Yeah, they're like, I gotta get in that clip. That's too good. So you think I'm probably not gonna slap you that hard, right? But I'm gonna try, okay? Can you do it where it's like, oh, you know? That's good. Okay, I'll do what you did. Oh,
Missed.
fuck. Are you okay? I can't do it as hard. My turn.
When we last left off, the meta was in a state of flux, following the release of Docs and the subsequent ban list that took everything pre-core out. When we last left off, the meta was in a state of flux, following the release of Docs and the subsequent ban list that took everything pre-core out of the meta. Cosmo was left the lone wolf at the top of the meta, with a couple of pendulum brews starting to pop up here and there under the name of Pepe, short for Performapal Performage. Those piles had grown substantially in power too with the release of the Master of Pendulum structure deck, bringing Pendulum Magicians and support for Performapal and Odd Eyes, allowing the strategy to rival and even surpass Cosmo in the meta. But this was kept exclusively to the regional level, as the only potential YCS to showcase this was cancelled at the end of 2015. Because of this, Pepe would have to show its growth following the next core set release, and to anyone who knows about Pepe, this set would instantly make the Pendulum Magician pieces obsolete. Breakers of Shadow. Release date, January 15th, 2016. Set type, core set. Major strategies, Performapal, Draco Slayer, Cosmo. Impact.
You're gonna die, Cloud!
Bosch is probably one of the most infamous sets of the Arc 5 era, which is kind of funny in retrospect, as on the surface, it doesn't look like it would shift too much. No major revolutions in new archetypes, a couple of pieces of support for existing ones, but nothing as game warping as you'd expect from a set that caused a tier 0 takeover. In reality, the set may have only had a bunch of smaller pieces for various strategies, but all of those smaller pieces could be utilized by the same centralized pile at the center of the meta, which would result in a complete hostile takeover of Pepe on the format as a tier 0 mega threat, arguably the worst we've seen since Teledad. Let's start with the aforementioned Performapals, who saw 3 pieces of relevant support here. Monkeyboard is a scale 1 that searches a Performapal to turn its scale, which in practice means that Monkey Board on its own was full pendulum scales, as it covered the low scale and allowed you to search for a high scale such as Lizard Draw or the new scale 6 of Guitarnal, who draws a card when the Performapal scale is activated while it's already in scale. This would be extremely useful alongside Lizard Draw specifically, as you could scale the turtle, scale Lizard to draw 1 off the turtle, then send Lizard for its effect to draw 1, effectively giving you a Pot of Greed style effect. Lastly, Performapal Pendulum Sorcerer was an OCG import that, on special summon, popped up to 2 cards you controlled to search for Performapals up to the number of cards you popped. This was an incredibly powerful effect that standardly would let you pop scales to search for either follow-up or the Lizard Turtle combo, but there was a pretty major oversight on this particular card. On its initial release, Pendulum Sorcerer was mistranslated, stating that it searched up to the number of monsters destroyed, not cards. As such, because it happened at the same stage of the effect as the pop, if you popped your scales with this effect, it would consider the pop cards as spells, meaning you wouldn't get the search off. This would be a pretty major nerf to the card's applications, specifically in regards to popping cards like Plushfire in the scale, which was a very common play at the time due to Plushfire's float effect. Buster Blader would be the newest attempt at retraining a monster used by Yugi, giving us the Destruction Swordmaster, who's treated as Buster Blader on the field and in grave, equips opponent's monsters destroyed by battle to himself, and can send an equipped monster to grave to pop all same type monsters the opponent controls, as well as the Whelps, a series of Dragon Tuner companions for Buster Blader. Buster Whelp would be the main one, able to search a Destruction Sword card on normal, contribute itself to summon Buster Blader from hand or grave, and can summon itself from grave by discarding a Destruction Sword card if you control Buster Blader. This was a quick and easy way to access one of the deck's primary bosses, being Dragon Destroyer Swordsman through a search for Fusion, a quick play spell that can recur itself by discarding any card. When Fusion summoned, gains 1,000 attack for every dragon in the opponent's field or grave, swapping all dragons to defense, locking their effects, and gains piercing. Or the Synchro Buster Dragon, who turns all opponent's monsters into dragons, can summon a Buster Blader from grave if you do not control one, and can equip a Destruction Sword monster from grave to Buster Blader once per turn, being effectively a companion piece for the anti-dragon bosses. As for the other Whelps, each can equip from hand or field to a Buster Blader, with each having a Floodgate effect and an effect that moves the Whelp off of Buster Blader for an immediate bonus, with Dragon Buster locking the opponent's special summons from extra deck and can summon itself while equipped, Wizard Buster locking the opponent's grave effects and can send itself to grave to recur a Destruction Sword monster, and Robot Buster locking face-up spell and trap effects and can send itself to grave to boost the equipped monster by 1,000 for the turn. This would be an extremely comprehensive and solid wave of legacy support for Buster Blader, giving the deck a solid direction, but it suffered pretty heavily from the retrain not having the name Buster Blader in hand or deck, meaning half of the support couldn't be used with it until the retrain was on the field or in the grave, leading to the deck breaking to high heaven more often than not, although it would see rogue level play in formats with high dragon representation for obvious reasons. Draco Slayer would receive easily its most impactful support yet, receiving another Draco Slayer main deck name in Master Pendulum, being a normal pendulum that can pop another pendulum scale on field while it's in scale, and the fusion boss of Dinostar Power, a contact fusion of a Draco Slayer pendulum and any other pendulum, can revive a Draco Slayer pendulum once per turn, and blocks all pendulum cards you control from destruction of any kind. However, there was one more piece of support this time that would take Draco Slayer over the top, being Draco Face-Off, a quick play spell that revealed a Draco Slayer and a Dracoverlord from deck, had the opponent select one at random, and then the selected monster could either be special summoned or set in the scale with the other moving to the extra deck. This was insanely powerful, giving you easy access to your Luster lines at best, or at worst giving you a free level 4 body and Vector Pendulum while placing Luster in the extra deck for the eventual Pendulum summon back, making this an absolute staple for all Pendulum decks moving forward. Dynomist would be the third Draco Slayer tie-in archetype, a series of level 4 and 5 machine pendulums focused on protection and scales, with all the low scales being able to destroy themselves in place of another Dynamist card, and all the high scales being able to negate a card that targets a Dynamist by popping itself, with each having unique monster effects, with Stegosaur popping both sides of any combat involving another pendulum you control, Plesios dropping the opponent by 100 for each Dynamist card you control, Petaran searching a Dynamist when it destroys a monster in combat, Brachion able to summon itself from hand if your opponent has the highest attack on field and you control no Brachions, Ceratops able to summon itself from hand if you control only Dynamists and no Ceratops, and Rex able to tribute a Dynamist at end of damage step it attacks to either attack again with Piercing or spin back a card from the opponent's hand or field and gain 100 attack. They also had 2 relevant spell traps in Charge, which searched a Dynamist on activation and added a Dynamist sent to face up extra deck back to hand once per turn, and Rush, which summons a Dynamist from deck, making it unaffected by card effects and destroys it in the end phase. While Dynamist was absolutely interesting and constructed, it didn't have what it needed to compete on the meta stage consistently, being relegated to the rogue level at best. Shiranui would be a new zombie archetype aimed at cheating out their synchros with their tuner Spectral Sword, who can banish itself in another zombie non-tuner engrave to summon a zombie synchro whose total level equals to 2. This would be complemented by their main deck pieces of Smith, who search the Shiranui card when sent to grave as synchro material and prevent zombie battle destruction the turn he's banished, Spirit Master, who summons the Shiranui from hand on normal and pops a card when banished, and Samurai, who can banish a zombie from grave to boost itself by 600 and banish any monster it battles that turn, and recurs a Shiranui monster when banished. Their synchro bosses here were Samurai Saga, a level 6 that can shuffle back a banished zombie to swap all opponent's monsters to defense with less attack than the returned monsters, and drops an opponent by 500 when banished, and Shogun Saga, a level 8 that banishes a zombie from grave on summon to boost itself by that monster's attack, and floats into a banished zombie with 0 defense on destruction. Shiranui had the bones of an interesting strategy for sure, unique way of utilizing the standard zombie shtick of filling up the grave and recursive payoffs, but unfortunately was just not consistent enough at this juncture to become meta, seeing some rogue level experimentation with Unizombie for helping set up Spectral Sword lines. Cosmo would see its 3rd wave of support here in Tin Can, a pilot who can pay 500 to choose 3 Cosmo cards from deck, then add 1 at random to hand while dumping the other 2 to grave, Sword Troopers, a pilot who can pay 1,000 to revive a pilot in grave, Delta Shuttle, a ship that can dump a Cosmo from deck to grave to drop a monster's attack by its level times 100, Dark Eclipser, a ship that can't be targeted and can banish a Cosmo monster from grave to negate traps, notably not floating into a Cosmo on death, rather searching one instead, and Cosmojo, a trap that pops a Cosmo to non-targeting banish a card on field. This wave would spark an interesting change in direction for Cosmo's deck building over the next couple of months, mainly centering around the new pilot of Tin Can, as by using its effect, one could actively set up the grave with multiple ships and then revive them using cards like Call the Haunted and Oasis of Dragon Souls. This direction of the deck's building style would receive the colloquial name of Tin Can Turbo, and while it wouldn't be super popular for now, it would fundamentally shift Cosmo's place in the meta over the coming months with new releases and the strategy's last support wave. Kaiju would receive their most interesting support wave yet, receiving Chizukiru, the now strongest Kaiju body at 3,300, but also a new reason to actually play it. Interrupted Kaiju Slumber was effectively Dark Hole that summoned 2 Kaiju from deck, 1 to each side of the field, and could be banished from grave on the following turn to search another Kaiju. This would spark a movement of using the Kaijus as an engine that was effectively Dark Hole but better, wiping the board and giving you an immediate 1100 damage to push to the opponent by attacking over the Gamma Seal with Jizukiru, then being able to search another Gamma Seal on a following turn to out whatever the opponent built after. Magispector would receive a more minor support wave here in Ogama, who sets a Magispector spell trap from deck on summon, and Sonics, which doubles a Magispector's attack and defense, but halves the damage it inflicts that turn. These 2 would find a home in Magispector decks namely for the added flexibility they gave to Magispector setups, with Ogama providing a search for either pool of responses the deck had access to. Guiding Ariadne could, when destroyed, reveal 3 counter traps in deck to have the opponent pick 1 to add to your hand, shuffling the rest back in. This would be yet another option for Pepe, as not only could it potentially search Solemn Warning if the opponent was daring enough to give it to you, but also the new counter trap of Solemn Strike, which can negate and destroy either a monster effect or inherent special summon for the cost of 1,500 life points, being a massive staple in the meta almost immediately thanks to it being a way to block pendulum summon pushes. Another option was the more budget-friendly Ultimate Providence, which was an Omni-Negate at the cost of discarding the corresponding card super type from hand, which would see some experimentation. Twin Twisters was yet another variant of MST, taking a discard to use but popping up the 2 spell traps instead. This would be an instant staple, especially in a metagame centered around pendulums, as the versatility of being able to snipe both scales or remove multiple back row threats while also potentially setting up the grave was too good of a deal to pass up for most players, seeing mass play almost immediately. Quaking Mirror Force was the 3rd of the elemental variants of the classic Mirror Force, flipping any affected monster face down permanently instead of destroying them. Seeing experimentation immediately, as the ability to lock up the opponent's zones with this was actually surprisingly useful. Fiendish Rhino Warrior was an OCG import that blocked other fiends from being destroyed, able to bin a fiend from deck when sent to grave, being an instant staple in Burning Abyss as it blocked the BA self-pop and let you Foolish Burial 1 after using it. Neptabyss, the Atlantean Prince, could send an Atlantean from deck to grave to search an Atlantean card and can, if sent to grave for a water monster effect, revive an Atlantean monster. This piece would completely revamp Atlantean, or more accurately, Merlantean, into a rogue-level contender for the current metagame, as by sending Dragoons with his effect, you could not only search another Dragoons, but also search for a Mermail to pair with it, being the perfect starter for the strategy. Lastly would be 2 new Exceeds in the OCG import slots that would revitalize the staple rank 4 pool in extremely different ways. Traptrix Rafflesia is unaffected by traps while she has materials, and could detach to send a trap hole from deck to grave when its effects would be able to be applied to trigger that effect. Rafflesia would become an instant staple rank 4 in the format in large part thanks to Treacherous Trap Hole, as her effect became a 2-monster pop on a quick effect with that, seeing use for that as well as for applying Bottomless after the fact. The other, and far more interesting application card, was Cyber Dragon Infinity, a light-locked 3-material rank 6 that can also summon itself over Cyber Dragon Nova, gains 200 attack for each material, can suck up an attack position monster on either field as material once per turn, and can detach one for an Omni Negate. You may be remembering what I said right at the start of this, and no, I did not misspeak. Cyber Dragon Infinity would be a staple piece of the rank 4 toolbox due to a monster we've mentioned before in our series, being Tellarknight Ptolemaeus, who could, for the cost of detaching 3 materials, rank itself up into any light rank 5, which just so happens to allow access to Cyber Dragon Nova, which in turn gives access to Infinity. This would become an integral part of any rank 4 focus deck that could reliably put up 3 materials, which in case you didn't know, was about to become frighteningly common as we entered a Tier 0 format with YCS Sydney would be the first event of the year on January 16th, and Pepe was already poising itself as the new mega threat, taking 90% of the known top cut. With all of the new tools from Bosch, the deck was an absolute menace, as you could set up any number of various turn 1 setups with a deck ranging from Rafflesia to Infinity to Dweller to even Nightmare, not to mention the follow-up you had with options like Castel, Ignister Prominence, or Trapeze Magician. At this stage, there were so many different options for the strategy that practically every list would be running something different. Some would run Rescue Rabbit as a way to access Master and Vector for Exceed plays and Dinosaur power lines. Some would run odd one-of Tex and the Reptile lines for searching with King of the Feral Lips, such as Palomuro for access to Naturia Beast with Hat Tricker, or Mass Chameleon to access Ignister Prominence with a Graved Master or Vector, and I'm sure many others that were sadly not known due to the loss in most of this event's coverage, but we'll talk more about these soon. Yahweh Zhang would take the event on Pepe, using a fairly standard list with no particular standouts in deck composition or interesting text, just utilizing the insanely consistent menace. An extremely interesting part of the Pepe mirror match that should be discussed here is the interactions of Wavering Eyes, as timing your usage of the spell was critical for winning the mirror. The option had always been weighed on whether or not to use it on turn 1 for your own scales to get the benefits before your opponent can, or to save it for the full 4 scales, or save it to chain to your opponent's copy to ensure yours landed first. This was also complicated even further by the inclusion of Performage Damage Juggler, which could actually be discarded to completely negate Wavering Eyes due to the 1-pop effect being a burn effect, which only added to the mind game complexity of the mirror. The only non-Pepe deck that was known that topped here in the Tier 0C was Cosmo Artifact, being one of the first major appearances of Artifact Scythe in the meta as a way to block the massive Pendulum Flood back swing, able to be summoned the old-fashioned way with Sanctum, or with Slip Rider popping it off of a pilot tag out. This event would set the stage for the absolute dominance of Pepe on the format, but it seemed something else was just on the horizon, with the structure deck releasing 2 weeks later bringing forward a revolutionary idea for structure decks that would change their design forever. Emperor of Darkness. Release date January 29th, 2016. Set type Structure Deck. Major strategies Monarch. Impact Stun or Swarm, you decide. Emperor of Darkness in the OCG was the beginning of a new structure deck series known as Structure Deck R, which took the concept of an older structure deck, in this case the Dark Emperor, or Advent of the Emperor in the OCG, and revitalizing the idea into an entirely new design space, aimed at making the previous structure deck viable in the current meta landscape. This concept's first outing would be quite the impactful one, revitalizing the Monarch strategy with a number of new additions. Idea and Eidos would be new low-level additions, with Idea on summon specialing an 800-1000 from your deck, and when sent to grave returns a banished Monarch spell trapped to hand, and Eidos giving you an additional tribute summon the turn it's summoned, and can be banished from grave to summon an 800-1000 from grave. Both of these would fuel the new bosses of Aether and Erebus, with both being able to be tribute summoned over any single tribute summoned monster. Aether able to tribute summon itself in the opponent's main phase by banishing a Monarch spell trap from grave, and able to summon a 24-1000 from deck by dumping 2 Monarch spell traps from deck to grave on tribute summon, and Erebus able to dump 2 Monarch spell traps on tribute summon to spin away a card from hand, grave, or field the opponent controls, and able to discard a Monarch spell trap while in grave to recur back a 2400 or higher attack and 1000 defense monster in grave. The Monarch spell traps would also see an overhaul in Pantheism, which discards a Monarch spell trap to draw 2, that can be banished from grave to reveal 3 Monarch spell traps in deck to have the opponent pick one to add to your hand. The Prime Monarch, a continuous trap that can shuffle 2 Monarch spell traps from grave back into deck to draw 1, and can, while in grave, banish a Monarch spell trap to revive itself as a level 5 Light Fairy, and Domain, a field spell that boosts your tribute summoned monsters by 800 while attacking, can reduce a 28-1000's level by 2 in hand for the turn, dropping their tribute summon requirement by 1, and, while you have no cards in your extra deck and a tribute summoned monster on the field, locks the opponent from special summoning a monster from the extra deck. To say this wave would make Monarch's meta was an understatement, seeing the deck surge in playability with new draw and search tools, new board flooding, and new bosses worth the tribute requirements, with Aether in particular being a house of a card thanks to being able to summon Curaz with her effect, which is one of the only 2400 Monarchs that does something on special summon, popping 2 cards on field and giving their controllers the ability to draw 1 for each. Domain, though, would cause some very heavy concessions in the base build as it was designed, as giving up your extra deck not only reduces your options in any scenario, but also flags to your opponent exactly what deck you are playing. When starting a match, the count for your extra deck is public knowledge prior to deciding who goes first or second, which in turn tells the opponent prior to the game starting that you are definitely on a Domain deck. On top of that, Domain Monarch was a bit of a brick fest, as unless you saw Pantheism early or a way to quickly tribute summon one of the new bosses, the deck's options were heavily limited, and with no extra deck to back it up, that could leave one dead in the water. That isn't to say the deck wasn't powerful, as it was, being one of the only strategies that could actually compete with Pepe in its hostile takeover, just not on a consistent basis. But there was another version of Monarch waiting below the surface that would arise within a few months that would be a far more powerful threat to Domain builds, in almost every aspect. YCS Atlanta would be held a week later on February 6th, and that's right, Pepe had hit the most representation in a top 32 cut a deck had ever had at this point in history, and it was clear to see why. Pendulum as a strategy in general was rampaging as the tipping point had clearly been hit, seeing so many viable options that the strategy had already displayed in Sydney a couple weeks ago alongside some new ones. Guiding Ariadne would be a tech that saw success thanks to searching for Solemn Strike or Warning when popped by Luster Pendulum or Wavering Eyes, giving another layer to the end board of the rank 4 toolbox. Dark Pepe would also be a variant that rose here thanks to Armageddon Knight and Zephyros the Elite, as you could bounce your Luster Pendulum back with Zephyros to not only enable rank 4s, but also to get additional Luster pops with cards like Plushfire, pushing the swarming even further. Jose Lagunas would take the event on Pepe, notably opting to not load up on any fancy techs, but rather hand traps like Valor and Maxi to give himself a fighting chance going second. Monarch would manage to take 2 top spots here, but falling completely out by top 16, with Majesty's Theme being the big counterpick for the various Pendulum swarming effects while Domain blocked the spam outs. Cosmo would also squeak in a single top spot here, notably playing Anti-Spell in the main to potentially block out the Pendulum scales, as Pendulums cannot be set at all, locking the zone from being used. It was clear that Pepe was a menace and needed to be dealt with, and interestingly enough, Konami would deal with it in the most bizarre way we've seen yet. Back on February 4th, Konami would release a blog post to their official site, notably including what they were referring to as an adjusted list that took effect directly following YCS Atlanta on February 8th. This list would be enforced for all official events at the regional level and above, but leave it as optional for all card shops, allowing them to keep the previous list without losing their OTS status. The adjusted list would make 6 hits in total, being 3 bans and 3 limits, all targeted at Pepe, banning Plushfire, Damage Juggler, and Ptolemaeus, and limiting Skullcrobat Joker, Monkey Board, and Luster Pendulum. This was a massive kneecap to the strategy, as the Performage engine as it was died with this list, leaving the only real option still worth considering being Trick Clown for certain strategies, as well as the death of Infinity's usage in rank 4 decks. However, this would not be the end of Pendulum, as the strategy was still left with plenty of options to rebuild with, and that would be helped along by the announcement of an errata to Pendulum Sorcerer, correcting its mistranslation and now letting it search for all cards popped rather than just monsters, fixing its major error. This would leave the game in completely uncharted territory, with the vast majority of shops adopting the adjusted list immediately due to it dealing with Pepe's oppression, with only a handful not adopting it, leaving most to question why the list was done this way at all, leaving the entire community to watch the next couple of set releases and events to see what direction the game would take. Wing Raiders. Release date, February 12th, 2016. Set type, deck building set. Major strategies, Phantom Knight, Raid Raptor, Super Quant. Impact, a new hybrid threat will rise. Wing Raiders would be the third attempt at bringing the deck building set concept to the masses, and it would not disappoint, bringing 2 new archetypes in the main block of support needed for an existing one. Raid Raptor was the existing archetype, debuting back in Secrets of Eternity, consisting of a series of level 4 winged beasts aimed at Exceed summoning, then repeatedly ranking up into their more impressive bosses with rank-up magic spells. Tribute Lanius can dump a Raid Raptor card from deck to turn it summoned, and search as a rank-up magic in main phase 2 if it destroyed something in battle that turn. Lastrix can summon itself when a Raid Raptor battles and you have a spell or trap on field or engraved, and contribute itself to summon a Raid Raptor Exceed from extra deck with its effects negated, returning it in the end phase. Forstrix is a rank 4 that can detach to search a level 4 Darkwing Beast. Satellite Cannon Falcon is a rank 6 that can Feather Duster the opponent if summoned with a Raid Raptor monster, blocks responding to that effect, and can detach to drop an opponent by 800 attack for every Raid Raptor engraved. Call can summon a Raid Raptor with the same name as one on field from hand or deck, and Soul Shave Force can pay half your life to revive a Raid Raptor Exceed, then rank it up into a Raid Raptor 2 ranks higher. While absolutely interesting support, easily the most eye-catching of this support for general use was Forstrix, as its search was fairly generic, in the current meta being able to search Zephyros, but in Archetype, the talking point was absolutely Soul Shave Force, being the best rank-up magic the Archetype had seen thus far, with Satellite Falcon now being a desired target to summon with it for back row nukes, but overall would still leave Raid Raptor on the fringes of rogue play, barely scratching the surface. Phantom Knight was a series of haunted articles of clothing, with each having an effect that banished themselves from grave for some form of access to the deck. Ancient Cloak on field can boost a dark by 800 by swapping itself to defense, and can banish itself from grave to search the Phantom Knights card, which is effectively the monster line. Silent Boots can special summon itself from hand if you control a Phantom Knight, and can banish itself from grave to search a Phantom Knight spell trap, and Ragged Gloves gives a Dark Exceed made with it 1000 attack, and can banish itself from grave to dump a Phantom Knights card from deck to grave. The payoff for these is Breaksword, a rank 3 that can detach one to pop a card on each field, and if destroyed can revive 2 Phantom Knights of the same level, boosting their levels by 1 each, meant to tie in their anime user's boss monster of Dark Rebellion Exceeds Dragon from new challengers. Their traps fall into 2 categories, those that summon themselves as monsters, and those that can be banished from grave to revive a Phantom Knights monster, with Fogblade able to negate a monster's effect on field and blocking it from attacking or being attacked, Sword boosting a monster by 800 and destroying itself to protect its monster, and Wings boosting a monster by 500 and giving a one-time destruction prevention that turn. With this support, Phantom Knights would immediately see experimentation as a rank 3 strategy, with the main line giving access to rank 3s and Fogblade, being effectively a searchable fiendish chain, though its true home in the meta would be discovered shortly after. Lastly were the Super Quants, a series of Power Ranger-inspired monsters and their mechs, each being a different level and having a corresponding exceed of the same rank. Red Layer is the level 5, can special summon itself if you control no monsters, recurs a Super Quant card on summon, and if sent to grave revives a Super Quant other than itself. Green Layer is the level 4, summons a Super Quant from hand when summoned, and when sent to grave can discard a Super Quant to draw a card. And Blue Layer is a level 3, able to search a Super Quant on summon, and when sent to grave can shuffle back 3 Super Quants from grave. Their mechs all share an effect to attach a Super Quantum monster from hand or field to themselves once per turn, and cannot attack unless they have material, with Grand Pulse able to detach to pop a spell trap, Ouroboros able to detach to flip a monster on field face down, and Magnaliger able to detach to pop a monster, with all three able to use these effects as quick effects if their corresponding Super Quantum is attached. Super Quantal Fairy Alphon is the enabler for the deck, able to make all monsters you control levels match that of a Super Quant on field, and contribute itself to reveal 3 different Super Quant monsters in deck, then have the opponent pick one at random to special summon to the field while putting the others in gray. Their field spell Magna Carrier can discard a card to exceed summon a Super Quantum into its corresponding mech any number of times in a turn. But more importantly, if you have all 3 Mech Beast Exceeds on field or in grave, can send itself to grave to use all 3 as material to exceed summon Super Quantal Mech King Great Magnus, who floats into the 3 mechs when sent to grave and gains effects based on how many materials it has, with 2 or more letting it detach to quick effect spin a card back into deck, 4 or more making it unaffected by card effects, and 6 or more blocking the opponent from adding cards from deck to hand by card effect. Magnus was without question what you were building towards, being effectively a tower so if you could get it to 4 materials, which was fairly reliable if you hit that stage thanks to the field spell most likely summoning the last material right before, meaning you'd have at least 4 materials with that Exceed still having its pilot. Super Quant would be a rogue level strategy almost immediately on release, but unfortunately suffered in the meta primarily thanks to the Kaijus already being in most players' main or side decks. They would see play, however, as an engine for some decks, as Blue Lair was a level 3 Psychic, making it accessible with Emergency Teleport, being yet another rank 3 enabler that could also search for Red Lair, but they'd find a more interesting home soon enough. Aside from this, Grand Pulse would also find general play as a rank 3 spell trap removal piece, seeing play in Burning Abyss and any other rank 3 deck for that utility. YCS Prague would follow 2 weeks later, and very notably was the first YCS under the new adjusted list, seeing a widespread of decks in the meta following the death of Pepe. Draco Pals would be the standout of the event, adapting Pepe into a more generalized pendulum pile, with the Draco Slayer pieces at the center of it all. Kovacic would take the event with Draco Pals, playing a list similar to Dark Pepe lists we'd seen before, but with the hits cutting the entire performance side of the deck, focused more into the dark package of Armageddon Knight, Zephyros, and Shadal Dragon. Cosmo would make it to second place here thanks to the slow transition of the deck into Tin Can Turbo, adding in more copies of Call the Haunted and Oasis to take advantage of the grave setup provided by the level 1 pilot, still readily abusing Emergency Teleport for the strategy. Monarch would see a little more experimentation to their builds, with the top 4 version playing copies of Super Quantum Red Lair as a special summonable body that could also double up as a tribute summonable monster to trigger your Monarch spell traps like Domain and Return. Phantom Knights would take a top 32 spot on their debut outing, utilizing Blue Lair and Ghost Ogre with Emergency Teleport as rank 3 enablers as well as protection with Ghost Ogre, as well as the now staple rank 3 enablers of Terror Top and Takum Tom Borg. Merlantian would take a top spot here, marking its comeback into the meta, with Neptibus making the strategy viable to play once again following the culling of the Tier 0 mega threat that was keeping them out, marking itself as a viable rogue option in the newly forming metagame. Lastly, and probably most doom and gloom on the format, Chicken Game FTK cracked into the top 16, utilizing various amounts of draw spells ranging from the Chicken Game line to Monarchs utilizing Aether and Erebus to fuel draw spells like cards from the sky and trade-in, to Toon Table of Contents thinning the deck with Blue Eyes Toon Dragon to facilitate the older Library Magical Explosion FTK, which while not meta-defining, it was still an annoyance to deal with an active and consistent FTK in the format fringes. Following 4 days after Prague, the Zexal Manga Volume 8 would release, bringing an extremely powerful new promo to the fold. Number S39 Utopia the Lightning is a light-locked 3-material rank 5 that can also be overlaid onto any rank 4 Utopia monster. Stuns responses from the opponent while attacking, and can detach 2 materials while it has Utopia underneath to boost itself to 5,000 for that battle, being an out to almost every single monster in the format that can be destroyed in battle, becoming almost instantly a staple of the rank 4 boss pool. YCS Vegas would be 2 weeks later, and while the spread would mostly hold true to the result of Prague previously, a couple of new variants to popular decks would appear here for the first time that would completely reshape the meta over the coming months. The first would be a variant of Monarchs ending in top 32 that, notably, was not playing Domain. Because of this, and the only card in the strategy requiring an empty extra deck being Domain, the extra deck in turn was filled to the brim with options for the strategy to play around with, most notably in rank 5 lines. The Prime Monarch, when revived from the grave, is treated as a level 5 normal-like fairy, which in turn means that with 2, you can access one of the most desired rank 5s in the pool, Pleiades, in addition to other various threats, which also repopularized the Super Quants as engine pieces for Monarchs, with Blue Lair and Etelli providing searches for Red Lair and providing tribute fodder, while Red Lair now pulls double duty from its previous role as well as rank 5 access with Prime Monarch. This variant, known as Extra Deck Monarch, would evolve multiple times over the coming months, and would cement itself as a cornerstone strategy throughout the remainder of the year through various tool additions. The other innovation would be in the topping Burning Abyss deck, as not only were they using the full suite of BA monsters like usual, in addition to the new Fiendish Rhino Warrior from Bosch, but they were also using a small package of Phantom Knights from Wing Raiders. As it turns out, Phantom Knight meshed incredibly well with the Burning Abyss monsters, as they provided rank 3 access to Dante, as well as utility from the grave to access tools like Fogblade, which were insanely good for Burning Abyss. This variant, known as Phantom Knight Burning Abyss, or as it would be colloquially referred to as, would rise substantially in popularity following this performance and would only grow more powerful with a certain import in the next set release. Adam Belaradsky would take the event on Draco Pals, utilizing Guiding Ariadne with Solemn Scolding added to the counter trap line, alongside Archfiend-Eccentric pulling double duty as both removal for the opponent's pieces, as well as a way to trigger Ariadne. This would lead into the year's Gold Series a week later, and this was geared up to be one of the biggest Gold Series releases in years, thanks to a major set of reprints, as well as a certain import that would change the meta forever. Premium Gold Infinite Gold. Release date March 18th, 2016. Set type Import Reprint. Major strategies Cosmo, Burning Abyss. Impact, price ceiling lowered, and a meta threat emboldened. Infinite Gold was the third of the Premium Gold line and the 8th Gold Series overall, once again aimed at bringing a couple of OCG imports in addition to reprints that may or may not actually be relevant to the meta when they're received. This time, however, Konami pulled no punches, as not only there were reprints that were actually relevant, reprinting the entire Cosmo Core, Max C, Burning Abyss Core, and various Draco Pals tools, but its imports would be some of the most impactful ones we've seen in years. Most were on the generically useful side this time, with Stardust Charge Warrior being a level 6 generic Synchro that draws 1 on Synchro Summon, Phantom Knights of Shade Brigadine being a trapped activatable the turn it's set and summons itself as a level 4, and number 38 Hope Harbinger Dragon Titanic Galaxy being a rank 8 with a spell negate, battle redirection for your other monsters, and a permanent attack buff anytime an Exceed you control dies. But as good as these generic pieces were, they were not what was most focused on. Beatrice, Lady of the Eternal, was a rank 6 that could also be summoned over a Dante monster by discarding a Burning Abyss. Unable to use her effect the turn she's summoned this way, able to detach one to quick effect send any card from deck to grave. Burning Abyss would be the first time a TCG exclusive archetype was actually good, and because of that, when the OCG imported it to the game in mid to late 2015, in order to ensure the archetype wasn't outpaced by other archetypes already in the game, they would receive a single new piece of support, being Beatrice. This would start a trend in the OCG of getting 1 to 2 new cards for previously TCG exclusive archetypes to help boost their playability on occasion when importing, which ended up making Burning Abyss a tier 1 threat in the OCG almost immediately on release. As for the TCG, Burning Abyss had never really left the meta since its inception, and with the recent results at Vegas had actually undergone a resurgence in PK Fire, so Beatrice was undoubtedly poised to make an impact, giving the strategy effectively a Lavalval chain but better. YCS San Jose would be the same weekend, and though it appeared not much had changed here, a couple of small impacts from Infinite Gold would be felt, such as the rise in popularity of Cosmo as a more budget-friendly option with the full reprinting of the archetype,
Playing Cosmo.
You idiots! We're not
Playing Cosmo.
and the inclusion of Hope Harbinger into Draco Pals thanks to their easy access to level 8s into Draco Slayer bosses, which would be seen in first place Alejandro Garcia's Draco Pal list. YCS Houston would be 3 weeks later, and this particular YCS would be a tipping point of sorts for the TCG at this point. By now, all of you should be aware of the Hand Trap Max C, released back in 2011, and how it's consistently seen side deck play in any format with a deck that special summoned heavily for its main game plan, but also had many formats at this point where it wasn't the greatest option due to decks being popular in the format that would get you maybe 1 or 2 draws tops. This particular event would mark the beginnings of what would be Max C's reign over the TCG, as this format was filled to the brim with decks that all loved to special summon multiple times a turn to build their end boards, which would become the norm for the game as a whole moving into later 2016 and especially into 2017. which in turn caused Maxi to move from its home in the sideboard into the main deck at 3 copies in almost every single top 32 list here, which would stay for the remainder of its time in the TCG. As for the meta itself, while decently diverse in its spread, there were easily 4 candidates for top deck of the format, being that of Draco Pals, PK Fire, Cosmo, and Monarchs, with each having multiple viable variants to play. PK Fire was without question the talk of the event, peaking at top 4 here. With the addition of Beatrice to the deck, the goal was now unquestionably to reach her as fast as possible, which in turn meant that additional rank 3 engines were added to the deck in order to reach Dante reliably to access Beatrice, specifically in that of Speedroid, Terrortop, and Takum Tomborg, who not only accessed Dante for Beatrice, but also didn't take the normal summon, allowing for the summon of a tool like Tour Guide or the Phantom Knights after. There would also be an odd variant to see top 32 here of BA, known as Norlaris BA, which aimed at supplying Skyscourge Norlaris with Beatrice as the fairy required, allowing BA to access a board and hand nuke without much in terms of deck concessions. Infernoid would once again see top 32, still using Deviati as the end boss, notably able to play through the popular Solemn Strike effectively as its summon effect can still be used from the grave. Merlantian would see another top 32, now also utilizing the Kaijus more effectively with the Interrupted Kaiju Slumber package. Andre Torres would take the event on Draco Pals, utilizing both the Ariadne package as well as the new inclusion of number 38 to the extra deck lineup, able to match up well into the mirror with those options. With that, a new ban list would take effect on April 11th, 2 days after Houston, and with it we'd see the finalization of the previous adjusted list changes in addition to a number of new hits. Newly banned were Chicken Game, putting an end to the popular FTK deck, and Wavering Eyes, as the spell was not countering pendulums as was hoped, but rather was just making them stronger while also being a silver bullet in the mirror match. Newly limited were Ignister Prominence, Wisdom Eye, and Draco Face-Off, all as hits to Draco Pals, Reasoning as a hit to Cosmo and Infernoid, Norden and Upstart as hits to the popular staples, and Thousand Eyes Restrict returning from the banned section. Newly semi-limited were Emergency Teleport as a hit to Cosmo and the Super Quant engine for Monarch, and Debris and Allure returning from 1. Lastly, unlimited were Demok with an Errata, Tragodia, Advanced Ritual Art, and Crush Card Virus, all being seen as acceptable in the current environment. This list took aim at the continued success of Draco Pals far more than any other strategy in the meta, and for good reason. While the meta had diversified quite substantially, Draco Pals was still the top deck, taking just over 40% of tops since the adjusted list. So while a hit was necessary, it may have been too much considering the meta adjustments that were still being felt from the release of Beatrice. And if one card could change a deck's meta viability once, it was sure to be able to do it a second time, as the next side set released the same week was bound to shift something in the meta, though not in a way most players would appreciate. Millennium Pack. Release date, April 15th, 2016. Set type, import set. Major strategies, cards from the original anime. Impact, how far can you go for a draw 3? Millennium Pack would be yet another side set aimed at printing niche cards from the original anime, similar to Dragons of Legend before it, and for the most part would be forgotten in the long term as just another side set in the sea of new products from the Arc 5 era. However, there were 2 specific cards that appeared on this particular set that would catch the eye of the casual observer, and they would both provide a significant benefit to the user for a heavy cost. The first of these was Left Arm Offering, allowing you to, if you have 2 or more cards in hand and are fine with a lock from setting cards that turn, banish your entire hand to search for any spell from your deck. While this was insane on paper, the practicality of it would be immediately suspect, as locking you from setting first meant you couldn't save any part of the hand, as it all had to go for the search, which would see some experimentation but for the time being was too heavy a cost for the insanely powerful upside. On the other hand, Card of Demise could draw until you had 3 cards in hand, blocks the opponent from taking more damage that turn, locks you from special summoning for the entire turn, and discards the entire hand in the end phase. This card, though, didn't block you from setting, which opened an entire can of worms onto the format known as Demise decks. Decks that specialize in setting a ton of back row, getting up to a draw 3 off, and then setting more, standardly paired with a strategy that could take advantage of the back row to either play a stun game more often than not, like in the case of Demise Cliffort, or to fuel massive recursion plays, such as the case of Demise Cosmo. Both of these strategies would be seen as immediately meta-viable thanks to the spell, though it would take a little to truly catch on as Cliffort was decently out of the meta at this point, and Cosmo had a whole different thing going on with Tin Can Turbo, though soon would adapt. YCS Santiago would be 2 weeks later, and with the recent ban list changes, PK Fire would rise rapidly into its new dominant top spot, taking first place piloted by Nicolas Godoy, who didn't make his list public. All in all though, this event showed us that despite the drop in performance from Draco Pals, the remainder of the meta sat unchanged, with most waiting to see if the next core set could kick up some kind of shift in the metagame as a whole. Shining Victories. Release date, May 6th, 2016. Set type, core set. Major strategies, Blue Eyes, Amorphage, Lunalight. Impact, a custom-built meta breaker. Shining Victories would be the second core set of the year, and it was pretty much billed as the Blue Eyes set, so let's just dive into them. Blue Eyes would see a massive overhaul to its support, seeing an entire archetype of sorts spawn around its previous pieces from the old Saga of Blue Eyes structure deck back in the 5Ds era. Dragon Spirit of White was always considered a Blue Eyes card, is treated as a normal monster in hand and grave, banishes a spell trap when summoned, and contribute itself on quick effect to summon the OG Blue Eyes from hand. Sage with Eyes of Blue searches a level 1 light tuner on normal, yes that does include Veiler, and can be discarded to turn an effect monster you control into a Blue Eyes monster from your deck, which conveniently triggers Maiden's summon effect too since it targets an effect monster. The Whitestone of Ancients, the turn it's sent to grave, summons a Blue Eyes from deck if it's still in grave at the end of the turn, and can banish itself from grave to recur a Blue Eyes monster. Blue Eyes Twin Burst Dragon must be fused with 2 original Blue Eyes or by sending 2 to grave from field, can't be destroyed by battle, can attack twice on monsters, and banishes anything it attacks but doesn't destroy. Blue Eyes Spirit Dragon is a level 9 synchro that takes a tuner and a Blue Eyes, blocks both players from summoning multiple monsters at the same time, can negate a grave effect once per turn, and contribute itself on quick effect to summon a light dragon synchro from extra deck except itself, destroying it in the end phase. This support was honestly really solid. Sage had insane versatility in that it could search for a stone or Veiler depending on the open, or could be discarded to convert a monster into Dragon Spirit from deck, which in turn let you answer back row in a safer manner since Spirit could just tag out. Stone also meshed well with the previous Stone of Legends as an insanely valuable Cards of Consonance target, getting another body at the end phase or recursion for a burned piece, which could both be used on different turns. Spirit Dragon though was the major talking point, as its effect was almost handcrafted for the current meta. Blocking multiple special summons at once was a clear middle finger to Pendulums as a mechanic, and the grave negation effect seemed tailor-made for a matchup like PK Fire, but at this time, Blue Eyes would be nothing more than a rogue option. While all of this sounds good on paper, at the end of the day you're still very heavily reliant on the original vanilla Blue Eyes, which reminder is a level 8 vanilla, a brick in most cases, as well as Maiden, who used to be a decent option to stall or set up with, but now... Most decks might be running engines that require bricks at this stage, but it doesn't mean that they're always chomping at the bit to use them, and without a consistent way to access Spirit Dragon outside of Sage and Prey, the deck wasn't going anywhere for now. Lunalight is a series of beast warriors centered around combat and fusion summons, with each of their fusions ranking up off of each other to get more and more powerful combat effects, but quite notably were clunky and not worth the investment due to being easily dealt with before reaching the battle phase. The only notable points to the support here were Black Sheep, being a searcher for poly that was itself searchable with Tenki, and Tiger, whose revival effect being a soft once per turn meant that it could theoretically provide an insane amount of recursion with cards that bounce it back to hand like Zephyros, but for now was left with no good targets to revive. Amorphage was a series of dragon pendulums that all locked special summons from the extra deck when pendulum summoned or flip face up for the lower levels, and in general for the higher. Because this lock didn't require a pendulum summon for the higher levels, Sloth here would see some play in decks thanks to it being a 1 tribute monster that you could search with various pendulum search cards that you could tribute summon at the end of a combo. Performapal, Odd Eyes, Light Phoenix, and Unicorn's effects mostly don't matter outside of niche circumstances where Light Phoenix stays in scale to chump block for you. What matters here is that they are both Performapal and Odd Eyes monsters that fill both a low and high scale requirement, meaning that Sky Iris can find its way back into Pendulum lists now that it can search something relevant that isn't named Pendulum Dragon. Cosmo Dark Lady is a level 5 pilot that can pay 1,000 to negate and destroy a monster effect with a standard pilot tag out. While disappointing that Dark Lady was the only relevant new card Cosmo would receive in this wave, Dark Planet looks so cool, but it's just so bad. It did solve a massive issue in the Tin Can Turbo variant of the deck, that being a monster that you can search with Tin Can to immediately summon before Tin Can gets banished by Itali's drawback. Dark Lady giving the Cosmo board a monster negate also provides them more versatility in their revival game plan, as you can negate a monster with Dark Lady without needing to waste a valuable Dark Destroyer pop on them, then potentially tag her into a Dark Destroyer later anyways. Thunder King, the Lightning Strike Kaiju, is now the strongest Kaiju at 3300 attack. That's it. It's just a better card to summon with IKS now. Angel Trumpeter is a level 4 normal tuner, meaning that for decks already experimenting with unexpected die, namely that of Pendulums, they could easily tech this in as a one-of for easier access to things like Ignister Prominence, which with a limited luster is appreciated. Lecter Pendulum, the Drake Overlord, destroys both itself and a pendulum at the start of the damage step when battling, giving another solid Drake Overlord target for Draco Face-Off, which would have probably been more relevant had the spell not just been limited. Ghost Reaper and Winter Cherries can, if the opponent has more monsters, discard herself to reveal an extra deck monster and banish all copies of it from the opponent's extra deck. The second addition to the Ghost Girl lineup held some interesting applications in the current metagame thanks to the extra deck standardly centralizing pull as of late. Primarily with applications against Burning Abyss specifically, as by cutting off a BA player's access to Dante, you also cut them off of Beatrice. Still, most decks in the meta were not as heavily reliant on one specific card in the extra, so for now she'd be relegated to a side deck pick at best. Crystal Wing Synchro Dragon is a level 8 synchro requiring a tuner and a non-tuner synchro, can negate and destroy a monster using its effect once per turn and gain its attack for the turn, and if it battles a level 5 or higher, gains that monster's attack. Talk about an upgrade. Crystal Wing was everything Clear Wing was and more, with the only downside being that it now requires a synchro as material to make, making it much harder to access than desired. But luckily, there was already a solution to that in the card pool. Because it was a level 8 Dragon Synchro, Zolkin had found its target, able to cheat out Crystal Wing in decks that could make it, though none had really become known by this point. Digital Bug Corbage would be one of the payoffs to the Digital Bug archetype that debuted here, being a rank 5 that could also rank up over a rank 3 or 4 insect by detaching 2 materials, able to detach 1 to spin away a defense mode monster, able to reattach a material from grave if a monster changes battle position on field. This, interestingly enough, could rank up over Giga Brilliant, a generic rank 3 that was already seeing the occasional play in Burning Abyss builds, giving the rank 3 powerhouse yet another generic tool. Raid Raptor Ultimate Falcon requires 3 level 10 wing beasts to summon, or more simply, any number of the rank up magic spells being used on a rank 8 Raid Raptor, is unaffected by card effects, can detach to drop all opponents by 1000 attack and locking them
These
from
fish
using
have
effects
no
for the turn,
eyes.
and